he born before? Was he still young?
I actually think he is younger. I'm not sure though.
Welcome to Roswell's Park for Game 1 of our Saturday doubleheader between your Moose Jaw Miller Express and the Weyburn Beavers. A reminder to pick up your program at the Mid-Metro Breaking Wheel ticket window to play RBC Royal Bank Bingo and win other great prizes courtesy of our sponsors. Time now for our Stringham Law starting lineups. First, our umpire crew tonight for Game 1. We have Brent Chadwick, Sean Wetherill, and Derek Sata. Now the lineup for the visiting Weyburn Beavers. Leading off is number 3, center fielder Hugh Montgomery. Batting second, number 8, left fielder Joe McDill. Batting third, number 12, right fielder Austin Boylan. Batting fourth is number 7, third baseman Braden Mayencourt. Batting fifth, number 20, first baseman Nick Miller. Batting sixth is number 10, catcher Rob Gurney. Batting seventh is designated hitter number 28, Will Sevier. Batting eighth is second baseman number 4, Gunnar Ferguson. And batting ninth is shortstop number 5, Ryan Weaver. Their starting pitcher tonight is number 17, Zach Rachel. Now, the starting lineups for your Moose Jaw Miller Express. At shortstop, number 22, Thomas Soto. In center field, number 4, Chris Franks. At first base, number 18, Darren Plummer. Your designated hitter, number 32, Braden Bunnell. In right field, number 6, Jacob Mraz. In left field, number 9, AC Phillips. At third base, number 11, Michael Rego. Your catcher, number 46, Evan Spirigianis. At second base, number 13, Ben Wacek. And your starting pitcher, number 23, Gio Lugo. At this time, we would like to introduce Corporal Matthew Work, who is with us tonight from the Saskatchewan Dragoons, hoisting the Canadian flag at home plate. We ask that you now please rise if you are able and remove your headwear for the singing of our national anthem performed by Abby Hunt.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Great job, Abby.
Well, it's a beautiful night for a ball game, as they say. Let's play 2 double-header action from Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Good evening. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson. And yes, the Moose Jaw Miller Express playing host to the Weyburn Beavers in Western Canadian Baseball League action. And they're playing 2 tonight, 2 7-inning games. They were rained out on June 3rd, and so they're playing 2 tonight. We've got a sunny start to the ball game tonight. Mostly blue sky, some faint whispers of some clouds out there tonight, so we shouldn't have any issue getting these games in. A little breezy to start the game. Wind out of the northeast at about 25 an hour and gusting over 40 here at times as well. So that may cause a little bit of havoc for fly balls and such here tonight, but it's a comfortable night for the folks here at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. You can you can go coatless to start the game, and I suspect some of those sweaters will be brought out a little bit later as we get into the game tonight. But yeah, it's great to be with you here on Flow Sports. The Moose Jaw Miller Express coming off a big win last night, taking out the first place Saskatoon Berries 7-5. Miller Express have won 3 in a row now. They're 6-4, second in the East, a game back of Saskatoon. Meantime, their opponent tonight, Weyburn, they're also coming off a win, a low-scoring affair last night. They took out the defending WCBL champions Regina Red Sox by a count of 2-0. And so Weyburn sits to 5-4 in the season. They're in third place in the East. Game and a half behind Saskatoon, and of course just behind Moose Jaw as well. So we're ready to get going here. Gio Lugo on the mound for the Miller Express to start things off. He will face the center fielder, number 3, Hugh Montgomery, to lead off the game, and here comes first pitch. And Lugo delivers low for ball 1. Ball 2 now, similar pitch from Lugo. Still looking for the strike zone here to start off the game. Throws a strike. Line shot to third, and a leaping play to make the snag. Michael Rago, 1 away for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Montgomery is jammed a little bit, so we didn't get all of it, but still, Rago had to be a little bit fooled and was able to time it up nicely and get the first out. So 1 down here, the top of the first inning. Stepping in is the center fielder, is the left fielder, Joe Medill for Weyburn, and a low ball ticks off his foot, and Medill is going to make his way to first base runner of the game on a hit by pitch.
Number 12, Austin Boylan.
Gio Lugo signed out of Homestead, Florida earlier this year. That's his hometown. Austin Boylan takes to the plate now for Weyburn. He takes inside for ball 1. Boylan, the right fielder. There's a strike. Hard hit ball to Rago. Gets to second for 1. And they turn 2. A well-executed double play for the Moose Jaw Miller Express to quickly erase the base runner. And that will be it for the top of the first inning. We'll head to the bottom of the first when we come back on Flow Sports. Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw, the site of tonight's doubleheader in Western Canadian Baseball League action. The Moose Jaw Miller Express playing host to the Weyburn Beavers. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peters, and thanks for tuning in tonight wherever you may be. And you know, you've got a lot of sporting options to be watching tonight. Perhaps you've got multiple screens going. We've got Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final is going tonight. Carolina could win it all, or they will win it all if they win tonight and beat the Vegas Golden Knights. And there's been CFL action all day, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders, their home opener today. Second quarter of that game. So, yeah, no shortage of options, so we appreciate you making this. And I believe NBA Finals, the Knicks could wrap it up tonight with a win as well, up 3-1. So here we go. Bottom of the first inning, Thomas Soto, the shortstop, leading things off for Moose Jaw. And he'll watch the first pitch come in low for ball one. It's Zach Rachel on the hill for the Weyburn Beavers tonight out of Farmington, New Mexico, and Eastern New Mexico University. Soto swinging away, lifts one foul down the left field line. That's going to drift out of play, and the count is 1-1. Soto had a great game last night in the game against Saskatoon. He went 2 for 4, scored 3 runs to help the Millers with that 7-5 win over the Berries. 1-1 the count. Brent Chadwick says he went. Did not make contact, but it's a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Soto. Kisses his bat for luck and digs in. Swinging away and drifts another one, heading foul into the bullpen. So the count remains 1-2. Breaking ball low in the dirt, and Soto watches that go. 2-2 count. And Soto ticks that one out of play. Foul, just missing a couple of vehicles in the parking lot. And the count remains 2-2. Comes the pitch. This time, Soto lifts one to center field. Center fielder thought about it for a second, trying to judge it, and he makes the catch for the first out of the bottom of the first. That will bring up the Miller Express center fielder. Number 4, Chris Franks, steps in. Left-handed batter out of Wooster, Ohio. Plays his college ball for Ashland University. Breaking ball in for strike 1. Franks digs back in. He's in front of that breaking ball and quickly down. No balls and 2 strikes. Another breaking ball. This one is tipped down the third base line. An athletic play by the pitcher Rachel, but he is not able to get the runner at first base. And Franks, little dribbler, but they all count on the score sheet. He's down to first base. And a base runner for the Miller Express. And Garen Plummer steps in now, the first baseman for the Moose Jaw Miller Express, wearing number 18. Plummer with a pair of RBI last night as well against Saskatoon. Here comes the pitch from Rachel. Blown away in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. A pair of 5'9" pitchers going tonight for both the Miller Express and the Weyburn Beavers. Rachel throws one to first to check Franks back. He slides in easily and safely. 1 ball, no strikes on the batter, Plummer. And it's a called strike. 1-1 the count. Here comes the pitch. Big cut from Plummer, but he gets just a little piece of it and fouls it back into the screen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Rachel throws back to first base and checks Franks back easily and safely. Plummer digs in again with 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. And the runner's off Franks. It's a hit and run. Plummer lines out to the pitcher, and it's an easy third out at first base with Franks 2/3 of the way down. A little bit of bad luck there for the Miller Express, so it's a double play to end their half of the first inning. And so after 1 full, no score at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw, you're watching Western Canadian Baseball League action on Flow Sports. Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw, the site of tonight's doubleheader between the Miller Express from Moose Jaw and the Weyburn Beavers, set to start the top of the second inning with no score. Gio Lugo takes the hill for Moose Jaw, and he delivers the first pitch of the inning, and it's low for ball 1. It's Braden Mayencourt, the batter for Weyburn right now, the third baseman. And Lugo just misses 2 balls and no strikes. We're going to talk a little bit about brothers this half inning. Mayencourt, one of 2 Mayencourts on the Weyburn team. He and his brother Owen in the lineup as he watches ball 3 come in. Lugo trying to find the strike zone here early in the top of the second inning. And Lugo delivers the first strike of the at-bat. 3-1 the count on Braden Mayencourt. But misses there, and it's a ball 4. It's a walk for Braden Mayencourt. He'll head down to first base.
Number 20, Nick Miller.
Nick Miller steps in now, the third baseman for Weyburn. Another player who plays his college ball in Eastern New Mexico University. He's out of Frisco, Texas. And did that hit him? That hit him. Nick Miller hit by Gio Lugo, and the Miller Express in trouble early here in the top of the second. Runners on first and second, nobody out, and that will bring up Rob Gurney to the plate, the catcher. Now, we said some talk about brothers this inning, so Rob Gurney is the twin brother of former Moose Jaw Miller Express star Austin Gurney, who had a few great years here for the Miller Express, and then Austin was signed into the Frontier League Ottawa Titans took him last year, but earlier this season, Ottawa traded him to Missoula in Montana. And 2 pitches, 2 hit batters in a row as Gurney takes that one off, and he's in a little bit of discomfort, and his manager's going to come take a look at him. That caught some flesh. You could hear that even all the way up here in the play-by-play booth up behind home plate. That sounded like it stung at the very least, and he's still paying attention to it down there on first base and talking about it a little bit with the coaches, but looks like he's walking it off a little bit, not making any indication that it's going to take him out of the game, but he's still taking a look. And now the glove's coming off to take a closer look, and coach is inspecting it, and umpire Brent Chadwick's going to walk down to double check on the proceedings, but he's shaking it off, gives a thumbs up to the umpire, and that's good to see that Rob Gurney is okay. And so now the bases are loaded and nobody out. A walk and 2 hit batters, and Gio Lugo is in some trouble with Will Sevier, the designated hitter, up to plate. Swings away on first pitch, and he fouls it well back and out of play onto Caribou Street in Moose Jaw. But Lugo up in the count, 0-1.
In baseball, being up in the count means the pitcher has thrown more balls than strikes.
My phone is listening to me. I should really just have the phone be the color commentary tonight, and I can just ask it questions, and I can put the mic down, and it can tell you what being up in the count means, like it just did. Well, now the count is even. Yeah, the computers are all listening to us. It's 1-1 here in the top of the second. Bases loaded for Weyburn. Lugo delivers. Big cut, big miss for Sevier, and Lugo works the count to 1-2. This is a crucial batter for Lugo and the Miller Express to try and limit the damage if there is to be any. Very, very close. Sevier looked like he might have gone all the way, checked the swing, and they ruled that he did indeed check it. First base umpire saying it was not a strike, so here we are. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Will Sevier. Lugo steps in. Misses low, and it's a full count. Bases loaded, full count. Nobody out here in the top of the second. Weyburn threatening. Here's the pitch. Little dribbler just gets past the pitcher, but they ruled it was a foul ball. Fouled it off his foot, it would appear. Count remains full.
Making her rounds around Roswell Park. See Tracy for your Moose Jaw Co-op 50/50 tickets.
Here comes the 3-2 again. Another one fouled out of play. And a battle here between Lugo and Sevier. Lugo with a long look in. Ready now. And he misses for ball 4, and he walks in a run. Will Sevier takes the free pass. Braden Maincourt comes in for Weyburn's first run, so the bases remain loaded. Still nobody out. 1 run across, and Gunnar Ferguson, the second baseman, steps in. Left-handed batter wearing number 4. Lugo delivers, misses outside for ball 1. Breaking ball way outside, 2-0 the count. Another one outside, 3-0 on the batter, Ferguson. As we see a little bit of light activity right now in the Miller Express bullpen. As Lugo, after a quick top of the first, is in trouble here in the top of the second. Delivers again and just catches a piece of the plate for strike one. 3 balls, 1 strike on Gunnar Ferguson, the Weyburn second baseman at the dish. This time it's not close enough. And Lugo walks in another run. 2-0 Weyburn here. The bases still loaded. Nick Miller crosses the plate for Weyburn. Rob Gurney to third. Will Sevier to second. And Ferguson down to first. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter, the shortstop, number 5, Ryan Weaver for Weyburn, as they have a conference at the mound.
Number 5, Ryan Weaver.
Ryan Weaver, another one out of Eastern New Mexico University. His hometown is Gilbert, Arizona. Lugo delivers, low for ball 1. This is again ball 2. These are the types of innings that are hard on the fielders as well. When there's not many strikes, not a lot of action in the field, it's a little hard to sometimes stay engaged on everything. And here comes the pitch. In for strike 1. 2-1 the count. Weyburn right now, they can afford to be selective as well, with Lugo having some trouble with the strike zone. Misses again, 3-1. And ball 4 walks in another run. 3rd consecutive run walked in by Gio Lugo. 3-0 Weyburn. Sevier to third, Ferguson to second. Ryan Weaver takes the walk, goes to first. Now to bring up the top of the order. Turned over again, the center fielder, Hugh Montgomery, steps in for Weyburn. And this is not what you want to see, especially when you've got a doubleheader going. You're trying to get through both games with enough pitchers, even though they're only 7-inning games still. That's 14 innings of baseball you're trying to account for on one night. And so you're hoping your starters can give you some length for sure and not deplete your bullpen too early, but activity ramping up in the Miller Express bullpen right now. 1-0 the count to Montgomery. Lugo delivers. It's in there for strike 1. 1-1 the count. Here in the top of the second inning, 3 runs in for Weyburn so far, all on bases loaded walks. Here's a ground ball to the shortstop. Can they get 2? Too slow, and they barely get the lead runner at second. That will score the runner Sevier from third. 4-0 Weyburn on the fielder's choice. Connor Ferguson goes to third. Ryan Weaver out at second. Hugh Montgomery is safe at first. Joe Medill now, the left fielder, steps in. Left-handed batter wearing number 8 for Weyburn. Runners at first and third, 1 away. Runner fakes like he's going to go from first. Breaking ball from Lugo in for strike one. There's the pitch. Misses low, 1-1. Medill skies a pop-up. Second baseman circling around into foul territory, makes the play. Runner at third. Did tag up. Fainted like he was going to go home, but did not attempt. So 2 away on a big out. Medill pops up. Ben Wallacecheck making the play there for the Miller Express. So 2 away now, and Austin Boylan, the right fielder, digs in. Runners at first and third, 2 away. And Lugo misses low. Boylan knocks one in to center field, and this is going to go towards the warning track as the center fielder made the leaping dive, did not make the play, and that's going to score 2. Boylan is in safe with a triple. That was a bit of a tweener, and center fielder Chris Franks looked like he may have hesitated a little bit, unsure which way to play it, then decided he was going to go for it, made the diving attempt, but went under his glove and got past him, allowing Boylan to come all the way to third and knock in 2 more to make it 6-0 for Weyburn with 2 out. And that will end Lugo's night. Six runs allowed here in the top of the second inning with only 2 away, and the Miller Express are going to the bullpen. Braden Mancourt steps in for the Weyburn Beavers at the plate, just like he did at the top of the second inning, which we're still in. So the Beavers have batted around, scored 6 runs so far, and he swings and misses for strike 1. It's Jordan Bauer, the new pitcher for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. And for Gio Lugo, gave up 6 runs. Trouble finding the strike zone. Mancourt lifts one into right field, but settling under that. For out number 3, the Moose Jaw Miller Express finally put away the Weyburn Beavers in the top of the second inning. But yeah, they're down 6-0 heading to the bottom of the second. You're watching Miller Express Baseball and Western Canadian Baseball League action on Flow Sports.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw, the site of Western Canadian Baseball League action tonight on a breezy, sunny night in Canada's most notorious city in Moose Jaw. It's Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson tonight, and the Miller Express down early in Game 1 of this doubleheader against the Weyburn Beavers. After a scoreless first, Weyburn touched up the Miller Express for 6 in the top of the second, thanks to some control issues from Miller Express starter Gio Lugo and a couple of timely hits, and that added up to 6 runs. So the Miller Express needing to get something going here in the bottom of the second. The designated hitter, Braden Bunnell, will start things off. Number 32, right-handed batter, steps in against the pitcher for the Weyburn Beavers, Zach Rachel, who had a 1-2-3 inning thanks to a line-out double play to end things in the bottom of the first. Rachel delivers outside for ball 1 on Bunnell. Breaking ball outside, and Bunnell lets the count go to 2-0. And Rachel misses again, 3-0 the count. Catches a piece of the plate, and it's 3-1. Or rather, 2-2. Breaking ball, and umpire Brent Chadwick rings him up for strike 3. Bunnell caught licking, 1 away.
Number 6, Jacob Mraz.
The right fielder, Jacob Mraz, steps in now for the Moose Jaw Miller Express, wearing number 6. Mraz batting .391 on the season so far with 4 RBI. Pair of doubles. And it's ball 1 from Rachel. Rachel comes in with a strike, and the count is 1-1. Breaking ball. Look at that. To the shortstop of the Airmails first base. And Jacob Mraz is sitting at first after that error by the shortstop Weaver from Weyburn, who made the clean pickup on the bit of a cue ball shot from Mraz. But the Miller Express will take it. They need base runners, and they need runs down 6-0 here in the bottom of the second. So with Mraz on first base, Pacey Phillips, the left fielder, steps in. Rachel throws to first. Mraz slides in safely. Rachel delivers strike one. 0-1 the count on Phillips. That one misses high and outside, and the count is 1-1. Again, Rachel checks the runner back. Mraz slides in. 1-1 the count on Phillips. Slow runner to second base. Weyburn going to try and turn two. They get the lead runner, but Phillips too fast. They weren't going to try and throw and try and get him at first, so fielder's choice. 2 outs now here in the bottom of the second. Michael Rago, the batter now. Third baseman wearing number 11 for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Phillips on first base. Rago digs in to face Rachel. Breaking ball in for strike one, 0-1. That misses. Count is 1-1. Rachel delivers. Slow breaking ball in for strike two. 1-2 the count. Late reaction from the batter Rago as he sprays that one and down the right field line and well out of play. Just to stay alive. 1-2, still the count. There's the pitch, low and outside, 2-2. Rago cranks one to the right center field towards the wall. It takes a hop. Here comes the runner, Phillips. He's going to score easily, standing up. And it's an RBI double for the third baseman, Michael Rago, for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. A much-needed run to get the Millers something on the board. 6-1 now the score.
Number 46, Evan Spiriajanis.
That'll bring up the catcher for the Moose Jaw Miller Express, Evan Spiriojanis. Two outs, runner on second base is Rago after his RBI double, and Spirio Janis trying to keep things alive and keep eating into that Weyburn lead as he takes a breaking ball for strike one. Rachel's been throwing a lot of breaking balls for strikes tonight. There's another one, 0-2 quickly on Spirio Janis. Spirio Janis slices that one foul outside the ballpark just to stay alive. Spirio Janis just gets a little piece of that one to stay alive. 1-2 still. 2 outs here, bottom of the second inning. It's 6-1. Weyburn leading Moose Jaw. Michael Rago on second base for the Miller Express. And Spirio Janis takes that one low for ball two. Rachel misses. He wanted that one. But it's called a ball. 2-2. And that breaking ball slips outside the strike zone. Full count on Spirio Janis trying to keep this Miller Express second inning rally alive with 2 away. And there goes the runner. Ragos was taken off, stealing third, and Spirio Janis watched ball 4 go by. So now runners on first and third with 2 away in the bottom of the second. And the number 9 hitter, second baseman Ben Wallachek, comes up, and that latest walk will prompt a mound visit from Weyburn management out to the field. Ben Wallachek is going to step in here for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Wallachek, one of 2 Miller Express players who count Wichita, Kansas as their hometown. And here we are, set again. Runners on first and third. Wallachek at the dish. Rachel delivers low for ball 1. Little chopper up the middle. But timing's everything. The second baseman for Weyburn is able to pick that one up. Gunnar Ferguson. He was able to catch that grounder right as he was able to step on second base for the 3rd out of the inning. So Miller Express get 1 back, and after 2 full 6 for Weyburn, 1 for Moose Jaw. It's Western Canadian Baseball. Welcome back to Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson. Western Canadian Baseball League action here tonight. It's a doubleheader between the Moose Jaw Miller Express and the Weyburn Beavers after an early season rain out. We're slowly making our way into some better weather. It's been a lot of wind, which shouldn't be shocking here in Saskatchewan, but just it's kind of been relentless, especially the last few days, and some cooler temperatures the last week. We're trying to make our way into summertime weather here in the last few days of spring. But tonight's a nice night, breezy, but at least the sun is out. Clear sky. I said the wind's up a little bit, but you can dress for that. And just starting to feel a little more cool here in the ballpark tonight as we head to the top of the third inning with the Moose Jaw Miller Express down 6-1 to the Weyburn Beavers. And it was last inning when Weyburn scored 6 that knocked Miller Express starter Gio Lugo out of the game. Jordan Bauer now on the hill. He got the last out of the second inning, and he will step in again here in the top of the third with Nick Miller, the first baseman, and he swings at the first pitch. Wallace check with a great move to his right, able to turn and make the spin throw, and he gets Miller at first base for a quick first out for the Moose Jaw Miller Express here in inning number 3.
Number 10, Rob Gurney.
That'll bring Rob Gurney to the plate. The Beavers catcher wearing number 10. And he's first pitch swinging, but fouls it down the third base line. Bauer up quickly, 0-1, and breaking ball, and this is the second consecutive time Gurney has been hit. Lugo hit him last inning on his left arm. This time Bauer hits him, and it looked like, if not the exact same place, a real similar spot. So got to be frustrating for Gurney. Tells the manager he's okay, though. But a tough first couple of at-bats for the Weyburn catcher tonight, but he is on first base with one away, and Will Sevier, the DH, digs in to face Bauer. And he's first pitch swinging and ticks that one foul. So Bauer's come in throwing strikes, and Weyburn's up there ready to swing at them. Pitch number 2. That one's also cranked foul down the left field line. Bauer up 0-2 on the batter, Sevier. Breaking ball from Bauer. That goes outside for ball one. 1-2 the count. Strike three. Bauer gets a big strikeout for the second out of the inning. Sevier goes down on strikes. 2-away. Rob Gurney, the runner on first, and Gunnar Ferguson, the Weyburn second baseman, steps in. Ferguson jabs at that one to bunt. He misses, and it's strike one. And the runner fakes like he was going to take off. Ferguson swings and misses on the pitch, and it's 0-2. Weekly smokes it down to third, and a great throw from the third baseman, Rago, who gets Ferguson by a step at first base, and that will do it for the top of the third inning. No damage done for the Weyburn Beavers there. Hit by pitch, that was it as Bauer gets out of it. We head to the bottom of the third with Weyburn leading Moose Jaw 6-1 on Flow Sports.
Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archived game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
Well, here we are in Canada's most notorious city, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, home of the Moose Jaw Miller Express in Rosswells Park, and that's where we are tonight for Western Canadian Baseball League action, a doubleheader between Moose Jaw and the visiting Weyburn Beavers. And it's Weyburn with the early lead, 6-1 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. And the top of the order will strike again for the Miller Express with the shortstop Thomas Soto set to lead things off. A good breaking ball from the pitcher Rachel and Weyburn to start with strike one. That one misses inside, and it's 1-1 on Soto out of Round Rock, Texas, sitting near Austin. Rachel delivers, that's inside as well, and it's 2-1. Soto rips that one foul, a grounder down the, just past the Weyburn dugout, in fact. 2-2 the count. Rachel misses high, and it's a full count. And Soder takes a walk. Leadoff man is on here in the bottom of the third. And Chris Franks, the center fielder, will dig in now. Chris Franks, a pair of homers on the season so far here in the early stages. 2 home runs, 20 RBI. That's 11 more than the second most productive Miller Express hitter, Michael Rago, who came in tonight with 8 and drove in the only run earlier with a double. Franks takes strike 1 with Soto on first base. There's the pitch. Misses, then it's 1-1.
Hey guys, don't throw it against the wall, please.
And there's a sharply hit ball between short and third into left field, and Franks with a base hit. He advances Soto to second, and the Miller Express have something cooking here in the bottom of the third. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. For the first baseman, number 18, Garen Plummer. Pickoff play at second base, and they get Soto, who looked like he got his hand back in there, but not so, according to the infield umpire, and no replay in the WCBL, so that's a tough one for the Miller Express, who had runners on first, second, nobody out. Now, runner on second wiped out, 1 away. And Chris Franks on first base for Garen Plummer. Breaking ball misses outside, 1-0. And Rachel goes for the pickoff move at first base, but Franks is back in time. Rachel's been thrown over a lot to the bases tonight. It's about the 4th time over to first. Of course, they get the pickoff at second. Breaking ball comes in. Plummer lifts a fly ball. Wynn's going to hang that one up into left field for an easy out. The second one of the inning now. So 2 gone after Plummer's fly out, and Braden Bunnell, the designated hitter for Moose Jaw, will big cut from Bunnell. He fouls it back into the screen. Strike 1. Another pickoff attempt to first base. Franks is back in. That's in low, and it's 1-1. That misses 2-1 now on Bunnell. Breaking ball high and outside as the runner takes off. Franks is in at second safely. The ball goes into center field, and Franks is on his way to third. Head first slide, and he is safe. And now Weyburn is upset at the call. Beavers felt they got him in time, but Franks' head first slide managed to evade the tag. And he stands on third base with 2 out here in the bottom of the third. 3-1 the count on the batter, Bunnell. Who fouls another one out of play. Full count. And Bunnell just gets a piece of that. Hack takes it to the backstop, and count remains full. Bunnell lifts one into right center field. Is it going to drop? It will in front of the right fielder. Bunnell with an RBI single, 6-2. As the Miller Express try and claw back into this one. Franks crosses the plate for the Millers' second run. And that will bring up the right fielder, Jacob Mraz, to the plate. The pitcher, Rachel, drills a fastball in for strike one on the batter, Mraz. 0-1 the count on the Meade, Colorado native. And Weyburn trying to curb the Millers running a game, I guess, tonight, because Rachel continues to throw over to first base and just did again there. Breaking ball, Mraz with a big hack, and he fouls it back into the screen, 0-2. Fastball, another one cut straight back into the netting. As Mraz stays alive. Here's the pitch, breaking ball. He whiffs, but it's in the dirt. But the catcher, Gurney, makes the throw down to first to erase Mraz, and that is out number 3, but the Miller Express push another run across, and after 3 complete, it is Weyburn 6, Moose Jaw 2. You're watching Flow Sports. We're here in the top of the fourth inning at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. The Moose Jaw Miller Express hosting the Weyburn Beavers. Game one of the doubleheader. It is 6-2 Weyburn as we get set for a top of four here. And stepping in for the Weyburn Beavers is Ryan Weaver. The shortstop, number 9 hitter. He takes ball one from Jordan Bauer. Weaver pops one up. Is it going to stay in play? The wind's hanging it in, and Michael Rago makes the play in foul territory. One away quickly, and Jordan Bauer has done a nice job on the hill, settling things down, coming in for Gio Lugo when 6 runs were already across. Bauer's come in throwing strikes. Native of Torrington, Alberta, a little hamlet east of Olds and south of Red Deer in central Alberta. I haven't looked it up, but I'm not sure if there's anything smaller than a hamlet. I think it was hamlet, then village, then town. Is that as small as you can get, a hamlet? Thanks to the fans down front for helping out with the info here tonight. Doing some color commentary assist. We appreciate it. And there's another pop-up, this one into foul territory down the first baseline, and another easy out for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Nick Miller makes the play.
That is an Outlier beer banner tonight. 2 beers for $10 at Park Hotel Beer Garden.
So quickly 2 out here in the bottom of the top of the fourth inning rather, and it's the left fielder Joe Medill at the plate, and he takes a big hack and misses for strike one. And Bauer catches the outside corner for strike two. Delivers again, and this one's ripped down the right field line, but foul. Medill out in front, and he'll step back in with the count 0-2. Bauer delivers, a little chopper towards second base. Wallace check. Charges, makes the play for out number 3. And no runs and no hits. And we head to the bottom of the fourth with Weyburn leading Moose Jaw 6-2. You're watching Flow Sports. Here we are in Moose Jaw for Western Canadian Baseball League action tonight. It's Craig Hemingway and for Rod Peterson. Thanks for tuning in tonight on Flow Sports. 6-2. Weyburn leads Moose Jaw heading to the bottom of the fourth, and Weyburn starter Zach Rachel has done a nice job of limiting the damage from the Moose Jaw side, and after his team spotted him 6 runs in the top of the second. Miller Express have chipped away with 1 run in each of the last 2 innings, hoping to make it more here and do a little more damage, but we'll see how it goes. They will start with Pacey Phillips, the right fielder, who will step in, or rather the left fielder. Out of Kerrobert, Saskatchewan, the only non-Moose Javian of all the Saskatchewan players on the Moose Jaw roster. Few from Moose Jaw, but Pacey the only one that's not a Moose Javian. Kerrobert, a town of about 1,000 people, 180 kilometers west of Saskatoon, getting close to the Alberta border. And he takes ball 1. Breaking ball comes inside. It's 2-0. And Phillips takes it low for ball 3. Looking to lead the inning off by getting on base. Taking all the way, in for strike 1. 3-1 the count. Big cut and a big foul ball at a play.
Foul ball for Elkridge Glass, Reno Glass.
It's a full count on Phillips here. Is Rachel about to deliver? Breaking ball and popped up to the second baseman. Easy play for out number 1. Connor Ferguson with the catch there as he erases Phillips. Who drove in the Millers' first run of the game with a double back in the second inning. Comes to the plate with nobody on and 1 out. Bottom of the 4th. Cranks one into left field for a first pitch single. So Rago's 2 for 2.
Number 46,
And the catcher, Evan Spirogiannis. Here's the pitch, breaking ball. Spirogiannis pops one up, and another pop fly to the second base one. This one takes him just into the green grass of the outfield, and Ferguson makes the play for out number 2.
number 13, Ben Wallachek.
So the pitcher, Zach Rachel for Weyburn, throws a lot of off speed, and so far the Miller Express haven't been able to do a lot with it. Ben Wallachek, the batter. The Miller Express second baseman with 2 out and a runner on first. Strike 1. That breaking ball misses. 1-1. It's a ground ball to the shortstop. They'll take the force play at second base, and that will get them out of the inning. 3 outs, no damage done, so we end 4 innings of play with Weyburn leading the Moose Jaw Miller Express by a score of 6-2. You're watching Flow Sports.
Again, we are playing 2 7-inning games in our doubleheader.
Pretty decent night in Moose Jaw tonight for baseball action here at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Thanks for watching Flow Sports. And game one of a doubleheader between the Moose Jaw Miller Express and Weyburn Beavers underway. We're heading to the top of the 5th inning. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson tonight.
Leading off for Weyburn number 12, Austin Boylan.
Austin Boylan set to lead things off for the Beavers here in the top of the 5th as they hold a 6-2 lead. And first pitch swinging is Boylan. He cranks one to left center field. That's going to get to the wall. He's racing into second base as the throw comes in. He'll stand up with a leadoff double.
Number 7, Braden Mayenthorpe.
Jordan Bauer yet to give up a run for the Miller Express as he's gone 2 1/3 so far in relief of Gio Lugo. All 6 runs given up by Lugo in that second inning. But the leadoff man with a double as Braden Mayenthorpe digs in to face Bauer. And he's first pitch swinging with a single into right field, charging. Jacob Mraz with the throw in, and Boylan's going to stand at third. That was pretty shallow, and Mraz made a good charge and a good throw in. So Weyburn not going to chance anything with the runners at first and third with nobody out. And that'll bring up Nick Miller, the Weyburn first baseman. And first pitch swinging is Miller. Into left field, catch is made, but Boylan's going to tag and score Weyburn's 7th run on a sacrifice fly from Nick Miller. Well, Weyburn's been very aggressive tonight at the plate. They have been swinging away. A lot of first pitch swinging tonight when they've been thrown strikes. And, of course, Bauer has thrown a lot of them since replacing Gio Lugo. And from the moment he came in, Weyburn's been doing a lot of swinging. They've been ready to hack as soon as they step in the box. One away here with Rob Gurney, who's been hit twice tonight on his left hand. But that first pitch is in for a strike as he fouls that one down the third base line. 0-1 the count. Breaking ball from Bauer goes low and away for ball 1. 1-1 on the catcher, Rob Gurney. Fastball is inside, 2-1. As we said, Gurney, the twin brother of former Miller Express star Austin Gurney. The Gurneys out of Campbell River, BC. Proving once again that I went on the internet this afternoon to find out that information for you. Going on the internet so you don't have to. We appreciate you joining online to watch the game here. 3-1 the count on Gurney. 1 out, top of the 5th. Gurney rips one into center field. And Frank's unable to track it down as it was tailing away from him. It went to the wall. But no runs score as Mancourt on first had to hold up just in case Franks was able to make it. But he wasn't, and now the bases are loaded. Or no. Sorry, runners on second and third here. After that double by Rob Gurney. Will Sevier, the DH, steps in. Bauer delivers. Little grounder towards shortstop. One run's going to score, but they make the play over at first. Soto able to gun it over for the second out, but one more run comes in. Mancourt crosses the plate. Rob Gurney heads to third base. Sevier retired. That'll bring up the second baseman, Gunnar Ferguson. First pitch swinging, foul ball at a play. Ferguson reaches for that. Looks like it was going to be a ball, but he catches a piece of it to foul it away, and it's 0-2. Bauer delivers again. Ferguson fouls one more back. Back-to-back-to-back foul balls by Ferguson. Count remains 0-2. Jordan Bauer trying to get out of this inning, limit the damage to the 2 runs that Weyburn scored so far. Delivers, misses. That's ball 1. 1-2. Chopper to shortstop. Soto waits for it, guns it. Throw was in the dirt. It was a one-hopper. And Garen Plummer not able to make the scoop. Another run scores. 9-2 Weyburn with a runner on first and 2 out. Rob Gurney scoring the 9th run for Weyburn. Ryan Weaver, the shortstop, will be next, but that'll be it for Jordan Bauer. 2 1/3 scoreless, but ran into some trouble here in the top of the 5th. Weyburn scored 3, and he'll leave with 2 out and a runner on. Lefty on lefty here at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. The new pitcher for the Miller Express is Hayden Simon out of Stouffville, Ontario, and he's facing Ryan Weaver, the Weyburn second baseman, with 2 out here in the top of the 5th. Weyburn's put across 3 more here to make it 9-2. Jordan Bauer just replaced on the hill by Simon, who makes a throw over to first base, where Connor Ferguson is. That fastball runs inside. 2-0 the count on Weaver. Hard hit ball to first base. Plummer does a nice job of blocking that with his chest. Picks it up, gets the out. And that'll do it for the top of the 5th, but not before Weyburn scores 3 to make it 9-2. Heading to the bottom of the 5th at Roswell's Park. You're watching Western Canadian Baseball League action on Flow Sports.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
New pitcher on the mound for the Weyburn Beavers as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning here. Jackson Sheehy replaces Zach Rachel, who had strong 4 innings for the Weyburn Beavers tonight, limiting the Millers to 2 runs. And we come to the bottom of the 5th. Weyburn up 9-2, and Thomas Soto will look to lead things off here in the bottom of the 5th for Moose Jaw, looking to get something going and claw back into this one. And, of course, remember, first game of a doubleheader, we're only going 7 innings for each game here in the doubleheader. So 3 at-bats left for the Miller Express at this point. She delivers high for ball 1. That's in for strike 1. 1-1 the count on Soto. Big cut. But Soto misses, and it's 1-2. And Soto strikes out on that fastball. So Sheehy comes in and strikes out the first batter he faces. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Center fielder Chris Franks will step in. Sheehy delivers high for ball 1. Well, we saw a lot of off speed from the Zach Rachel, the Weyburn starter. And seeing a lot more heat from Sheehy here as he relieves Rachel here in the 5th inning. 2-0 the count on the center fielder, Chris Franks. Franks rips one into left field, but it's caught on a line. Joe Medill making the grab out in left field. 2 batters, 2 outs. And it's first baseman Garen Plummer looking to get a 2-out rally going for Moose Jaw here in bottom of 5. Chopper towards first base, bounces off the first baseman's glove. What a play. Great coverage by the second baseman for Weyburn, Ferguson. Ball deflects off the first baseman's glove. Ferguson gets it, and the pitcher, Jackson Sheehy, doing his job. So 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the 5th of the Moose Jaw Miller Express. We will head to the top of the 6th. Weyburn 9, Moose Jaw 2. You're watching Flow Sports. Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw, the site of tonight's Western Canadian Baseball League action here on Flow Sports. Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson. Thank you for joining us tonight. Not a great game if you're a fan of the Moose Jaw Miller Express tonight. They're down 9-2 as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Weyburn set to bat again. Hayden Simon on the mound for Moose Jaw, and he delivers strike 1. Hugh Montgomery leading things off here for Weyburn in the top of the 6th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Montgomery, the center fielder. 1-2 the count. And Simon strikes out Montgomery for the first out of the 6th inning. That'll bring the Weyburn left fielder Joe Medill to the plate.
Number 8, Joe Medill.
Takes a big hack, gets a little piece of it, fouls it back to the screen, 1 strike. We sit here at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. 80 years plus and going strong here at Roswell's. Of course, a lot of upgrades have taken place over the years and a few more planned for later on this summer after baseball season, as they'll get new washrooms here at Roswell's. As a ground ball to second base, and Wallacecheck makes a nice play moving to his left to take out Medill for the 2nd out. Of course, the exterior of Roswell's Park is gorgeous as well, with one of Moose Jaw's great murals created by the legendary Moose Jaw artist Gus Froese. The mural was put there in 1999. It's 16 by 48 feet. It's a tribute to the long history of great baseball that's been played here in Canada's most notorious city, as Austin Boylan steps to the plate and fouls off his first pitch back. And there are actually a few different baseball-related murals in Moose Jaw that you can find across the city. There's one called The Jewels and the Royals on Ross Street East. It was created by Kelly Friesen, Grant McLaughlin, and Michelle Wheatley. As Boylan lifts one into left center field, he's going to dump that in for a single. So 2 outs and a runner on first base for Weyburn, with Braden Mancourt set to step up. And as we're saying, the Jewels and the Royals mural is a tribute to the women's baseball teams in Moose Jaw that played in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So if you want to check that one out, it's at 145 Ross Street East. And then there's one more baseball-related mural in Moose Jaw we'll tell you about. As Simon delivers, they check. Mancourt went around for strike one. 82 Manitoba Street West, downtown Moose Jaw. There's a mural called Opening Day Parade. It's from the 1910 baseball season. It goes from the railway station up Main Street. That parade did. And so Opening Day Parade, one of 3 baseball-related murals in Moose Jaw. There's close to 50 murals in all around the city, by the way. One of the great things about our city is Mancourt dumps another one into left field for a single. And now after 2 quick outs, 2 quick singles for Weyburn. Runners on first and second. As Nick Miller, the first baseman, will step up. And so, by the way, if you want to see those murals and you're not coming to Moose Jaw, you can actually still see the murals. City of Moose Jaw on their website has every single mural, pictures and descriptions of what they are and who created them. It's some great stuff. You can just go to the city's website, moosejaw.ca/murals, and take a look. As Hayden Simon delivers ball 1 to the batter, Nick Miller. Hard hit ball ripped to Thomas Soto. He makes the play, but airmails first base. And that'll allow 1 run to score as Austin Boylan steps across the plate for Weyburn's 10th run. Tough night for Soto on Sword. Earlier tonight, he threw a 1-hopper to first and perhaps had that in the back of his mind. Didn't want to deliver it low, and he delivered it a bit too high this time around. And so Nick Miller reaches on an error. Braden Mancourt was able to get his way to third base after that throw. And as we mentioned, Austin Boylan scored. So 10-2 here with 2 out. In the top of the 6th inning, Rob Gurney, the catcher, will step in. And he's first pitch swinging and cranks one into left field past the first baseman. Rago drives in another run, 11-2 Weyburn. Mancourt comes in to score. Miller advances to second and Gurney to first on that single. And we've got a pinch hitter coming in for the designated hitter, Will Sevier. Number 33, Anthony Cortez, is going to step in and be the DH for Weyburn here tonight. He takes ball 1. Cortez out of Fremont, California. Simon starts him with a strike. Delivers a breaking ball. Cortez skies one. Weyburn increases their lead.
Well, the Hawks Agro scored 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 left on base. 10-2 Weyburn leads. That half inning is brought to you by Ottawa Real Estate.
So 10-2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th here on Flow Sports.
Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archived game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
Welcome back to Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw for Western Canadian Baseball League doubleheader action here tonight. Weyburn Beavers in town to take on the Moose Jaw Miller Express, and Weyburn pounding away at the Express tonight, 11-2. As we head to the bottom of the 6th inning, Jackson Sheehy on the hill for Weyburn, his 2nd inning of action. After relieving starter Zach Rachel.
Miller Express, number 32,
Braden Bunnell, the designated hitter for Moose Jaw, ready to get things going here in bottom of 6. Bunnell from Mandan, North Dakota. Just a few minutes away from Bismarck, just across the Missouri River as he takes a ball 1 low. When you go to the Bismarck-Mandan area, yeah, it's just across the freeway and the river to go to Mandan. He does go to Bismarck State College. And he chops one between third and short for a single. So Bunnell on first base. If you've got kids and you're doing some touring in the North Dakota area, the Mandan Super Slides, big fun. About 3 or 4 big outdoor water slides. One of the great lazy rivers you might have seen. If you got really young ones, they've got a separate shallow play area for the kids. It's a good day. Or even 2 perhaps, but yeah. So Bunnell, the Mandan kid, is on first base. Jacob Mraz, the right fielder, steps in. Sheehy delivers strike 1. Fires that one just outside. It's 1-1. That one in the dirt, bounces away from the catcher, and that enables Bunnell to take second base and get into scoring position. So 2 balls and 1 strike on the batter, Mraz. Who digs in to face Sheehy for the 2-1. Sheehy misses again, 3-1 now. And that's ball 4. So Jacob Mraz takes the walk, and the Moose Jaw Miller Express have a little something going here in the bottom of the 6th. Runners on first and second with nobody out. They're down 9, so they need base runners, and they need a lot more of them. And it's Pacey Phillips, the right fielder, or rather the left fielder, looking to keep things going here. That fastball from Sheehy just high for ball 1. Phillips with a big rip, fouls that one out of play, 1-1. Squares to bunt. And the way he reacted for a second looked like it almost hit him, but perhaps he was just upset that he didn't get the bunt down. But either way, the ball went to the backstop, and the runners did advance. So Phillips able to move the batters along without sacrificing an out, and the count is 2-1. Sheehy misses outside, 3-1 the count. Hard hit ball, that's going to get by the second baseman in the center field. 1 run in, second run coming to the plate. And that's a 2-run single for Pacey Phillips. Mraz and Bonnell come in to score, and it's 11-4.
Stoppage in play for Tim Hortons.
So Jackson Sheehy coming in the 5th inning, made relatively quick work of the Miller Express, but Miller's getting to him here in the bottom of the 6th early. 2 runs across, nobody out, but the Miller Express still down 7, so long way to go, but some encouraging signs from the offense as a mound visit to Sheehy takes place.
Number 11, Michael.
The third baseman, Michael Rago. Rago will step in here with the runner on first base. Rago with an RBI double already tonight. And Sheehy misses for ball 1. That's cranked into right field. The wind's carrying it, but nice work by the right fielder, Boylan, to track that one down. Slipped a little bit in the outfield grass, but no damage done. 1 away. As Rago almost put that one into play, but Phillips remains at first base, and Evans Spirogiannis, the Miller Express catcher, will come to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner takes off, and the pitch is in the dirt, so an easy steal for Phillips. Cruises into second base. Gets himself in a scoring position for Spirogiannis. A little number to the pitcher, but it's a foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here, bottom of 6. Miller Express pushed over a couple of runs so far this inning to come within 7 as they're down 11-4 to Weyburn. Sheehy delivers high for ball 2. Well outside, ball 3. Spirogiannis trying to find his way on. And the runner takes off for third base. And Phillips slides in. Aggressive base running for the Miller Express. You want to be sure at this point in time, though, too, because you don't want to waste those base runners down 7, but he was confident and he made it. And meanwhile, Spiro Giannis did take the walk, so runners on first and third. Ben Wallachek, now the second baseman and number 9 hitter for the Miller Express, will come to the dish, looking to cash in at least one of these runners. Strike one. Wallachek watches that one. Wallachek drills one to center field. Phillips tagging at third base, and he is going to score standing up. So an RBI sacrifice fly for Ben Wallachek. Makes it 11-5.
Number 22, Thomas Soto.
But that is the second out of the inning, and Thomas Soto will step to the plate as the lineup turns over again here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner on first. Soto first pitch swinging, fouls one out of play.
Foul ball for Elkridge. Last call 631-0883.
Soto watches strike 2, and he's down quickly 0-2. Sheehy delivers again. Soto thought about it, held back, and it's ball 1. Soto lifts one to center field. Center fielder tracks back, but that wind's holding that up a little bit, and he'll make the catch for out number 3. So, Miller Express push 3 across, but they're still down 6. It's 11-5 as we head to the final inning, perhaps, of this doubleheader. Top of the 7th. When we come back, you're watching Flow Sports. Getting ready for the top of the 7th inning here at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson, and this is the last scheduled inning for game number 1 of this doubleheader tonight between Moose Jaw and Weyburn. So they will, when they do the doubleheaders, they're only 7-inning games. So that makes the challenge for the Miller Express even larger right now as they're down 11-5. So one more at bat to try and tie the game here, and even before then, they've got to stop Weyburn where they're at. Here in the top of the 7th, Hayden Simon still on the hill. Or actually, new pitcher for the Miller Express is Maddox Summers, another left-hander, replacing Hayden Simon, the previous lefty. Maddox Summers from Dallas, Georgia. He will be on the hill for the top of the 7th. Ready to face Connor Ferguson, the Weyburn second baseman, who will lead off things here in top of 7. And that's low for ball 1. Summers misses again, and it's 2-0. That one touches the strike zone, and it's 2-1. Breaking ball fouled into the screen, close to the Miller Express dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Ferguson. Well outside from Summers there, and it's a full count. That ball was looked to be a little bit inside. Ferguson swung at it and fouled it. Might have caught him a piece of himself as well with that. Shook it off, and it's still 3-2. Summers misses, and he walks the leadoff batter here in top of 7. Ferguson runs down to first. Ryan Weaver now, the shortstop, will step in. Summers starts Weaver with a strike, 0-1. But the next pitch, Weaver laces that one into left field for a single. Runners at first and second, and nobody out here in the top of the 7th. Weyburn already with a 6-run lead, looking to extend that.
Number 3, Hugh Montgomery. He is our Molson beer batter. He gets out 2 beers for $10 in the Park Hotel Beer Garden.
Hugh Montgomery, the center fielder at the plate, he watches strike 1. And he also watches strike 2. Maddox Summers, the Miller Express lefty, trying to find an out here with runners on first and second. And he gets one. Montgomery goes down swinging for out number 1 of the top of the 7th. Bringing up left fielder Joe Medill.
That's an umpire beer batter, 2 beers for $10 in the Park Hotel Beer Gardens. Number 8, Joe Medill.
Runners both take off. Throw goes down to second base. Double steal in effect, and it works. Weyburn getting their runners both into scoring position now. As the first pitch to Medill was a ball. And the next pitch also a ball. 2-0 the count on Medill. And Summer is struggling to find the strike zone here. 3-0 the count. And of the things that have plagued the Miller Express tonight, it's been trouble with throwing strikes. They got starter Gio Lugo into trouble and led to that 6-run second inning. A couple of hit batters and 3 consecutive walks to walk runs in. 3-1 the count here. As Medill reaches for one, and that will make the count full. But just one out here in the top of the 7th inning. Weyburn up 11-5, and runners on second and third trying to make that lead even larger. Hard hit ball to first base. And a nice job there by Plummer to look the runner back to third, make the play at first base, 2 away.
Number 12, Austin Boylan.
So 2 out. It will be the right fielder for Weyburn, Austin Boylan, who steps in, the number 3 hitter. Tripled earlier tonight, has scored a couple runs. He takes ball 1. Nice breaking ball by Summers, and he fools Boylan on that swing. 1-1. And that's in for strike 2. So Summers, see if he can find his way out of this pickle without giving up any runs. Runners on second and third, the 1-2, and he gets Boylan waving at strike 3. So nice job by Maddox Summers to keep Weyburn off the board at the top of the 7th, and so the Miller Express last at bat. Well, last chance for the Moose Jaw Miller Express in game 1 of this doubleheader. They are down 11-5 to the Weyburn Beavers, heading to the bottom of the 7th, as we've mentioned. And as you likely know, yes, with the doubleheader, both games are 7-inning games. And so Miller Express down 6, and a new pitcher in for Weyburn. It is Braden Mancourt, switching over from third base to pitch in what they hope is the final half inning of this ball game. Chris Franks is going to lead things off for the Miller Express, the center fielder. Mancourt delivers, and it's high for ball 1. Franks misses that fastball. Mancourt, the third pitcher for the Beavers tonight. Moose Jaw has thrown 4 on the hill. As Franks cranks that one to center field, and it's going to get to the wall. Franks pulling into second base with a stand-up double to lead off the bottom of the 7th inning.
Number 18, Garen Plummer.
So the Miller Express first baseman, Garen Plummer, will dig in now with a runner on second and nobody out. It's base runners and runs the Miller Express need here, down 11-5. And their last at bat. And first pitch hits Plummer. So he works his way on.
What do you like? He gets on base. Number 32.
So the designated hitter, Braden Bunnell, will dig in right now with runners on first and second. Nobody out here, bottom of 7. First pitch swinging, and that's drifting foul down the right field line. And that goes off his head. Another hit batter. Plunk of the helmet.
Stoppage in play for Canadian Tire.
Any way you can, get on base when you're down 6 runs. And a couple of hit batters in a row. They've loaded things up. So that'll draw a mound visit to Mayan Court. So Chris Franks with leadoff double, and then back-to-back hit batters, Garen Plummer and Braden Bunnell. And that has the bases loaded for the right fielder, number 6, Jacob Mraz. The lefty will dig in against Mayan Court, who again is the third pitcher for the evening for the Weyburn Beavers. He was our third baseman for the first 6 innings. Has taken the hill here in the bottom of the 7th. And he'll throw strike 1, catching the corner. Big hack by Mraz, but that'll be fouled back into the stands, just in front of the booth. Hard hit ball. That's fair, and Miller, the Weyburn first baseman, bobbles it, allowing a run to score and allowing Mraz to be safe at first base. Mraz to reach. And it's 11-6 with nobody out and the bases loaded. And Pacey Phillips, the Robert kid, steps in. Mancourt catches the corner, 1-1 on Phillips. Phillips grounds one to second base. They try and get the lead runner, but they do not get it. Ferguson's throw goes into left field, and 2 runs are going to score. And no. But Ferguson on that pickup, because the ball seemed to hit where the grass meets the shale and took a low hop, but he reacted and got it, but thought instead of trying to get Phillips at first with his speed, he'd be able to turn and get the lead runner at second. Didn't make the throw. And here we are. The potential tying run is now at the plate. 11-8. Weyburn leads. Bottom of the 7th. Michael Rago at the dish. Had a couple of hard hit balls tonight. One of them went for a double. He fouls that one off, and it's 0-2. Mraz at second. Phillips on first. Rago at the dish. Nobody out. Getting interesting here. Bottom 7. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Breaking ball from Mancourt misses, and it's 1-2. Mancourt misses. 2-2. And action now in Weyburn's bullpen as they're probably feeling a little tension right now, trying to hold on to this lead, which was a 6-run lead heading into the bottom of the 7th. It's now been whittled down to a 3-run lead. Runners on first and second, and as we said, the tying run at the plate in the form of Michael Rago right now. Calls time. There's the pitch from Mancourt. Rago lifts a pop fly. It'll be an infield fly. Ferguson settles under that. 1 away. Runners still on first and second.
Number 27, William Edwards.
So a pinch hitter for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. William Edwards is going to hit for Evan Spirogiannis. And that is going to prompt a pitching change from Weyburn as well. So some last half inning machinations here.
Pitching for waiver number 22, Bill Hosgood.
Oh. New pitcher for the Weyburn Beavers is number 22, Bill Hosgood, out of Radisson, Saskatchewan. Attends University of Calgary. So the Moose Jaw Miller Express making a game of it here in the bottom of the 7th. They've been down big really the whole game. After 2, it was 6-1. Got to 6-2, then it was 9-2. Then 11-2, then 11-5 coming into bottom of the 7th. But here we sit with runners on first and second, and 1 away, and William Edwards. The Australian product, back again for another season here in Moose Jaw. Looking for a big hit, or at least to get on base and keep the inning rolling along with 1 out here. And the new pitcher, Bill Hosgood for Weyburn, drops in a curveball for strike 1. Edwards cranks one to left field. It's going back. Off the base of the wall. One runner's in. And they'll hold the other runner at third base. But a huge pinch hit double for William Edwards. Runners at second and third. Still just one out.
Number 13, Ben Wallachek.
So Pacey Phillips now at third base. William Edwards at second. And Ben Wallachek, the Miller Express second baseman, comes to the dish. Still one out. Edwards at second base represents the tying run. And Hosegood starts Wallachek off with ball one. Hosegood misses again, 2-0. There's strike one from Hosegood. Wallachek trying to find a way to find some grass, find a base hit. Big breaking ball from Hosegood there. Evens the count at 2-2. Hosegood misses, and the count is worked full. Curveball dropped in, but Wallachek gets a piece of it and stays alive. And Wallachek calls time just before Hosegood was about to deliver the 3-2. He steps in, and here we go. 3-2 pitch. Curveball, Wallachek way ahead of it and pops it out into the road next to Ross Wells Park. Count remains full, one away, runners on second and third. 11-9 the score, Weyburn in head. Wallachek watches that breaking ball go low for ball four, and he's trying to get the crowd riled up here, and they are. Here we go.
Number 22, Thomas.
So now Thomas Soto, Miller Express shortstop, hasn't had a great game tonight. He's only reached base once so far. A couple of throwing errors tonight. But he can erase all that right now with one big swing. This Hosegood drops in a breaking ball for strike one. Soto big swing, but rips that one well foul and out of play. And he's quickly down 0-2 in the count. And Soto is rung up on a breaking ball from Hosegood. Strike three called. Soto not happy with that tonight. Soto also picked off second tonight, so been a tough night for him. And the Miller Express now down to their final out. And the fellow who got this inning going for the Miller Express by getting a hit, scoring a run. Chris Franks is up with 2 away. First pitch, he takes low for ball 1. Franks, the hitting leader for the Miller Express this year, looking to do some more damage. Their RBI leader, home run leader. Takes strike 1 on a breaking ball. 2 outs, bases are loaded. Miller Express down 2. And Hosgood just misses. 2-1 the count. Tying run on second. Miller Express came in down 6. They've scored 4 here in the bottom of the 7th. The last inning here, the first game of a doubleheader. And there's one knocked just foul. Franks dumped one down the left field line that just kept carrying. And now down to their final strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Bottom 7. Miller's down 2. Another foul ball. This one a no-doubter. Count remains 2-2. I mean, this is the guy you want up if you're the Miller Express, and Weyburn no doubt feeling the pressure now, thinking they may have had this one in the bag with a 6-run lead, but whittled down to 2. Here's Hosgood. Franks watches that go low, and the count is full. Runners will be on the move here, so if Franks is able to find a gap, that could be the winner. And he does crank one into right center field. This is going to the wall. 1 run in, a 2nd run in, a 3rd run is coming to the plate. Standing up in the Miller Express, come all the way back. Chris Franks. A 3-run double. And the Miller Express walk it off in game 1 of this doubleheader. 12-11. What drama here at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. And this is just game 1 of the doubleheader. I wonder what they can do for an encore. I don't know if they can match this, but that's okay. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. What a win for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. What a comeback. Chris Franks delivers the walk-off double. Miller Express scores 7 in the bottom of the 7th to take game 1 of this doubleheader by a count of 12-11. Well, I think we all need to catch our breath after back when game 2 of this doubleheader is set to get underway from Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. You're watching Flow Sports.
2 of our Saturday doubleheader is ready to go here at Roswell's Park. Time now for our String 'em Law starting lineups. Our umpire crew, same as last time, Sean Wetherill, Derek Shadup, and Brent Chadwick. Now the lineup for the visiting Weyburn Beavers here in Game 2. Leading off will be number 3, Hugh Montgomery in center field. Batting second is left fielder number 8, Joe McDill. Batting third is right fielder number 12, Austin Boylan. Batting fourth is third baseman number 7, Braden Mayencourt. Batting fifth is first baseman number 20, Nick Miller. Their designated hitter batting sixth, number 10, Rob Gurney. Batting seventh, catcher number 19, Owen Mayencourt. Batting eighth is shortstop number 5, Ryan Weaver. And batting ninth is second baseman number 14, Dax Brown. Their starting pitcher is number 28, Will Sevier. Now the starting lineup for your Moose Jaw Miller Express. At shortstop, number 22, Thomas Soto. In center field, number 4, Chris French. In right field, number 27, William Edwards. Behind the plate, number 18, Garen Plummer. At first base, number 32, Braden Bunnell. In left field, number 9, Pacey Phillips. At third base, number 11, Michael Rago. The designated hitter is Caden Ransom. At second base is Ben Wallachuk. And your starting pitcher, number 37, Rowan Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's play ball again in Roswell's Park.
And here we are at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Moose Jaw Miller Express and Weyburn Beavers after a thrilling come-from-behind 12-11 win for Moose Jaw. We're ready to go for Game 2 with Hugh Montgomery leading things off, the center fielder for Weyburn, and he takes ball 1. And the second pitch Montgomery sees from starter Rowan Robinson is ripped into left field for a single. And that'll bring up the left fielder, Joe Medill. First pitch from Robinson is swung on and missed. 0-1 the count on Medill. Runner takes off. Montgomery from first. The throw down goes off the glove of the shortstop Soto into right field, and Montgomery is going to go all the way to third base. So nobody out here early in the top of the first. One strike on the batter Medill, and the run of Montgomery at third base. Robinson's pitch, low, 2-1. And that misses, 3-1 the count. Here comes the pitch from Robinson. It's in there for strike 2, and it's a full count. Breaking ball catches the corner for strike 3. Medill punched out on strikes, 1 away. Runner on third base, and Austin Boylan, the right fielder, will step in. That misses low for ball 1. Ground ball to second base. Wallachek makes the pickup over to first base to Bunnell. One away, but the run does score. Weyburn up early, 1-0. That's the second out of the inning.
Number 7, Braden Mayencourt.
That'll bring up the third baseman, number 7, Braden Mayencourt. Robinson delivers, swung on and missed, 0-1. Another swing and a miss. 0-2 quickly. Mancourt lofts a lazy fly ball into shallow left field at shortstop. Soto over to make the play for the third out. So Weyburn strikes. Weyburn strikes for one in the top of the first. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Momentarily, you're watching Western Canadian Baseball League action on Flow Sports. Getting ready for the bottom of the first inning here at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Craig Hemingway in for Rod Montgomery tonight. Thanks for watching on Flow Sports. Doubleheader action tonight. Earlier rain out in June forced tonight's doubleheader. And again, game one was a real thriller. Miller Express were down 11-5 going to the bottom of the seventh inning. And of course, 7-inning games for the doubleheader. And they scored 7. A 3-run double by Chris Franks was the walk-off hit, and so here we are now with Weyburn scoring 1 on the top of the first. Thomas Soto ready to get things going for the Miller Express. Soto looking to bounce back after a rough game one. Couple of errors. Got picked off second base. Only reached base once. So, ducks out of the way of that inside fastball from Will Sevier. The Weyburn starter. 2-0. Sevier drills that one in for strike one, and the throw back from the catcher to the pitcher. Well, the ball glances off Soto's bat towards first base. Haven't seen that since I think it was the 2015 playoffs between Toronto and Texas when Jays catcher Russell Martin had that happen. But it was during a live game with a runner on. Sevier rifles that in for strike two. 2-2 the count on Soto. And Soto's called out on strikes. So the hero from game number one steps to the plate right now, the center fielder, number 4, Chris Franks. And Franks hits a chopper up the middle. That's going to find its way into center field for a base hit. So Franks stays hot.
Number 27, William Edwards.
And that'll bring to the plate William Edwards, the Aussie who had a big pinch hit double as part of that comeback in game number 1. He's starting tonight in right field, or starting rather in game number 2 in right field for the Miller Express. He'll take strike 1. And there goes Franks towards second base. He slides in just ahead of the throw, and he is safe with a stolen base and in scoring position. On William Edwards. That fastball a little bit high. 2-1 the count, as we said, to William Edwards from Australia, New South Wales. Sydney is the state capital of New South Wales. We're a little after 1 p.m. there as we speak. So a morning and a matinee for them as Edwards pops that one up into foul territory, caught by the first baseman, Nick Miller, for out number 2. Garen Plummer steps to the plate now with 2 away. Plummer was playing first base in game number 1. He's behind the plate and catching for game number 2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Franks takes off towards third base, and boy, a diving stab there by Mancourt just to keep that ball from going into left field, where Franks would have scored had that gotten away, but a great play by the third baseman just to keep that ball in the infield. But Franks is on third now. 1-0 the count on Plummer. That misses, and it's 2-0. And there's a knock at the second baseman, who drops it. Ferguson had that little liner go off his glove, but he was able to recover, make the throw to first, and get the third out of the inning before any run scores. So we finish 1 complete at Roswell's Park, game 2 of the doubleheader. Weyburn 1, Moose Jaw no score. You're watching on Flow Sports. Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw, the site of Western Canadian Baseball League action. You're watching on Flow Sports tonight. Thank you so much for being a part of this tonight. Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson. A thriller in the first game, and not the only thriller in sports in Saskatchewan tonight. The Saskatchewan Roughriders, big around Moose Jaw and Regina area tonight. As we enter inning number 2 here of game number 2 of tonight's doubleheader. Weyburn up 1-0, and to start things off in the top of the second, it will be their first baseman, Nick Miller. Rowan Robinson on the hill for the Miller Express. He delivers inside for ball 1. Busy time in Moose Jaw right now. It's busy everywhere, right? In June, so many things start to happen as summer approaches, and you get busy with lots of those outdoor type events. Moose Jaw gearing up in a few days for the annual exhibition as Miller rips out one foul. There's the Hometown Fair Parade on Thursday night, and the exhibition grounds will be the site of all the Midway fun Friday through Sunday. Of course, Miller Express baseball continues throughout the summer here, just getting going. After tonight, the next home game for the Millers will be Tuesday night. Robinson delivers, and that's low for ball 2. 2-1 the count. And then the week after Hometown Fair, big concert night in Moose Jaw. Dwight Yoakam, one of the great country music legends, is going to be at Temple Garden Center in Moose Jaw. The show's sold out. They released some more tickets. Those sold out again. So it's been a lot of interest in that show. It's going to be a lot of fun on June 24th for that show in downtown Moose Jaw. Three and 1 the count. Robinson delivers. Misses again, and Nick Miller will take a walk to lead things off for the Weyburn Beavers. Here in the top of the second. Rob Gurney, who was the catcher in game number 1, now the designated hitter for game number 2 for Weyburn. He'll come to the plate. Actually, next weekend, a big night for sports in Moose Jaw as well. Hockey Saskatchewan and the Moose Jaw Warriors are hosting the Ted Knight Saskatchewan Hockey Hall of Fame induction dinner, and that's happening right here in Moose Jaw at Temple Garden Center, so that'll be a big night. Some Saskatchewan legends getting inducted, including many with Moose Jaw ties. Ed Stanowski, who of course played his junior hockey with the Regina Pats, but from this area. Doug Smale, the Moose Javian, who played in the NHL. The 84-85 Moose Jaw General Senior AA team getting inducted. There's a ground ball to third base. Rago with a quick throw to second. They get one over to first base, and the double play is turned nicely by the Miller Express. Rob Gurney grounds into the double play. 2 away, and Owen Mancourt, tonight, catcher for game number 2 for Weyburn, will come to the plate. He and his brother Braden playing for the Weyburn Beavers. And Mancourt lifts one into right field. It's drifting foul. Pitch from Robinson, and that's grounded to third base. Rago bobbles it, picks it up. Strong throw over to first base, and they get the out. So nice work by Rowan Robinson on the hill, and the defense of the Miller Express turning a double play and getting another force out at first base. So we'll head to the bottom of the second inning with Weyburn still up 1-0 on the Miller Express. You're watching Flow Sports. Moose Jaw Miller Express hosting the Weyburn Beavers here in Canada's most notorious city tonight. Nice nights, cooled off a little bit. We're not quite at summertime, hot summer nights, but it's 16 degrees now. It's better. It's warmer than it was last night. I know last night was quite cool for the game here. So tonight's better. 16 degrees here as we get game 2 underway. Wind's gone down by about 10 to 15 kilometers per hour. So that's good as well. It's about 12K out of the northwest as we continue in the early stages of game number 2 of the doubleheader. Heading to the bottom of the second, Weyburn up 1-0 and leading things off in the bottom of the second for the Miller Express. Braden Bunnell, the first baseman in game number 2, and he's hit by a pitch. About the 5th one of those we've seen so far tonight.
Number 9, Pacey Phillips.
So Bunnell, leadoff man, is on. Pacey Phillips, the left fielder, steps in now. Squares the bunt, pulls it back, and it's ball 1. Squares the bunt again, gets a piece of it, bunts it foul, and it's 1-1. Phillips squares the bunt early here and drops it down, another one foul. So behind in the count now, 1-2. Likely not going to be attempting that again. Here's the 1-2. It's outside, 2-2. Phillips watches that one go low. 3-2 the count now. And Sevier throws over to first base. Bunnell sneaks back. Continuing a trend we saw in game 1 where Weyburn did a lot of throwing over to first base to check runners back.
Ball for Elkridge Glass. Guido Glass call 631.
Phillips.
83.
It's that one out of play. The count remains full. Foul tip, catcher hangs on, and Phillips strikes out for out number 1. And that will bring up the third baseman, number 11, Michael Rago. Another throw to first base. Bunnell slides back in. Ball in the dirt. Umpire says that Rago went around. It's 1-1 or 0-1. Breaking ball misses outside. That evens the count at 1-1. That misses high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Comes the pitch. That misses. 3-1. Rago tried to get it out of the way, but ended up actually turning around and swinging the bat, so the count is now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Braden Bunnell, the runner on first base, and 1-0 Weyburn leads here in the bottom of the second. That's high for ball 4. Rago takes the walk. Bunnell goes to second. And runner in scoring position now for Caden Ransom, who didn't play in game number 1, but he is the designated hitter here. Swings away at first pitch and takes that one back to the screen. 0-1. Yeah, hard to believe that 2026 is almost half over here in a few weeks. It's going to be the end of June. The calendar will turn to July and Canada Day, and some big events planned in Moose Jaw on Canada Day, as always. As Sevier delivers, and Ransom cranks one to right center field. It is back. And it is gone. He smoked that ball all the way out of Roswell's Park. A 3-run homer for Caden Ransom. Big shot to give the Miller Express a 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the second inning. So that will bring number 9 hitter, Ben Wallachek, to the plate. 1 out still here in the bottom of the second inning after a massive 3-run home run from Caden Ransom. And Wallachek has started off with a strike. Breaking ball way inside that Wallachek just had to duck his head underneath that one. Fastball outside, 2 balls and a strike. As we were saying, yes, Canada Day, a huge annual event in Moose Jaw called Park Art. Wonderful art and craft display in our beautiful Crescent Park that takes place 10 till 4 on Canada Day. So that always draws a big crowd as umpire says Wallachek went around on that, evening the count at 2-2. This will be the 50th anniversary of Park Art in Crescent Park on Canada Day. And then there will be fireworks in Moose Jaw, as is tradition as well, to wrap things up at dusk on July 1st. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Wallachek. Takes ball 3 outside to run the count full. Close, but Wallachek takes it for ball 4 and gets on base. So another base runner for the Miller Express as they have pushed across 3 so far here in the bottom of the second inning. And It's the top of the lineup again. One man on for Thomas Soto, the leadoff hitter. Struck out looking his first time up. As Sevier throws over to first base and Wallachek gets back standing up. Sevier delivers strike one, and Soto's behind 0-1. That one misses, it's 1-1. Breaking ball in, 1-2 the count on Soto. As we talked about, Canada Day events in Moose Jaw, and then immediately following that, the 2nd through 4th is the annual Sidewalk Days Festival that happens in downtown Moose Jaw. Huge street fair, food, entertainment, lots of downtown merchants with the deals outside. Here's the 1-2, runner goes, and the ball's grounded up to second base by Soto. Because the runner was going, they still tried to get the lead runner at second. They weren't able to do it. But they do get Soto at first. For the second out, the Weyburn manager out to ask the umpire for clarification on the safe call at second base. So the Miller Express do have a runner in scoring position, but 2 outs now, and the fellow who's carrying a big stick tonight and has been all season, Chris Franks, comes to bat for Moose Jaw. Singled in his first plate appearance in game number 2, following the walk-off 3-run double to win the game number 1 in the bottom of the 7th. Ball 1 on Franks. And there goes the runner towards third, and the ball goes to the backstop. The ball gets away from main court. So Wallachek easily into third base. Two balls, no strikes on Chris Franks. 2 away, and a runner at third. Miller Express already 3 runs this inning thanks to a 3-run home run by the DH Caden Ransom. And Franks fouls that one out of play. And that's in for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 away here in the bottom of the 2nd. Swing and a miss. Franks goes down on strikes to end the 2nd inning, but not before the Miller Express put a 3 spot up thanks to Caden Ransom's 3-run home run. So we head to the top of the 3rd. 3-1, Moose Jaw leads Weyburn. You're watching Flow Sports. Back in Moose Jaw. Top of the third inning, second game of our doubleheader tonight. Moose Jaw hosting the Weyburn Beavers. They're seeing a lot of Weyburn. After tonight's doubleheader, the Miller Express will travel to Weyburn. Tom Lang Field for tomorrow night's game. 7:05 first pitch. Miller Express up 3-1 here and hoping to sweep tonight's doubleheader after the comeback win in game one. Ryan Weaver is the batter to lead things off here. In the top of the third, the Weyburn shortstop. Rowan Robinson starting his third inning of work on the hill for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. And he starts off Weaver with a strike. One and one the count. And there's a little flare into left field, and that will fall in for a base hit. Weaver starts the Weyburn third inning off with a single.
Number 14, Dax Brown.
A cool late spring night here in Moose Jaw. One, if not more people, have a fire going outside. You can certainly pick up the scent of a campfire here in Roswell's Park. It's kind of a nice, always a nice scent during the summertime. Weaver fakes going as first pitch is fouled back by Dax Brown. Second base for Weyburn here in game number 2. And Brown watches that one come inside. 1-1 the count. Robinson delivers, breaking ball and a grounder to Soto. Over to second for the lead runner. But Wallachek throw is high. And Wallachek and the lead runner in a little dispute now. Weyburn's upset thinking that he blocked the bag. So emotion's a little bit higher here in game number 2. So the Miller Express do get one out. Weaver's called out at second base after Dax Brown's fielder's choice. Brown is on first. And then I'll turn the lineup over to the top. Hugh Montgomery, the center fielder, comes to the plate. With one out here in the top of the third. Breaking ball is cranked into left field for a single. Montgomery rips one. Runners on first and second.
Number 8, Joe Medill.
And Joe Medill steps to the plate, left fielder for Weyburn. One away, runners on first and second here. 3-1 Moose Jaw, top of the third. That's taken outside for ball one.
Moose Jaw quote 50-50 over $300 right now. See charity selling in the stand.
Big swing and a miss from Medill. 1-1. That's inside, 2-1 the count. And Medill skies one. Right fielder Wallachek able to go back and play that, which is a good thing. Edwards in right field, and his hands up, he didn't know where that went. And thankfully for him, it was a shallow fly ball into the shallow right field, which Wallachek was able to settle under for the second out of the top of the third inning. So still runners on first and second for Weyburn with 2 outs now. And the right fielder, Austin Boylan, digs in. Breaking ball from Robinson, cranked foul, 0-1. Breaking ball dropped in from Rowan Robinson for strike 2. 0-2 the count, 2 away here, top of the third, 3-1 Moose Jaw. Boylan calls time. Slow chopper to third base. Rago takes it, gets the force, and that'll do it for the top of the third. So Weyburn threatens a little bit, but nothing across. After 2.5, it's Moose Jaw 3, Weyburn 1. You're watching on Flow Sports.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
Well, here we are back in Moose Jaw for Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Moose Jaw Miller Express and Weyburn Beavers. Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson. 3-1 Moose Jaw leads here in the bottom of the third, and it is William Edwards leading things off for the Miller Express here, the Miller Express right fielder. Digs in against Will Sevier. Throws high for ball 1. Well, really, it's a night of comebacks across the sporting world tonight. As we said, the Miller Express coming back from 6 runs down to win game number 1 here tonight as Edwards sees ball 2, scoring 7 in the bottom of the 7th. In Regina tonight, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, their home opener of the CFL season. I mean, they had a lead, then BC took the lead in the 4th quarter. And that's in for strike 1, 2-1. But the Riders scored a late touchdown to come back and win that game. And then in the NBA tonight, the New York Knicks won the NBA Finals tonight in Game 5. A little swinging bunt there from Edwards, hustling to first, but he's out by a step. Nice play by the catcher, main court. So yeah, the New York Knicks win the NBA championship tonight, and in each of the 4 games they won in that series, all 4 of them, they were down double digits at one point in each of those games. First team ever to do that. Pretty impressive. They were down 16 in Game 5 tonight, but came back to win. Miller Express have the lead so far here in Game 2 of the doubleheader, up 3-1 with 1 out in their bottom of the 3rd inning. After William Edwards ground out, it's Garen Plummer, Game 2 catcher at the plate right now. He takes ball 1. And that was inside and just off the catcher's glove and rolled away. Oh, they're calling it a foul ball. Just ticked off his bat. Not the glove of the catcher. That's outside, 2-1. That's in for strike 2. 2-2 on Plummer. Big cut, tip back into the screen behind home plate. Still 2-2 on Plummer. Sevier looks in for a long time, then a little too long for Plummer's liking. He calls time. Sevier delivers another ball, and Plummer takes the walk. So with the runner on first baseman Braden Bunnell steps in for Moose Jaw. And he for strike 1. Plummer on first after his walk. That's high for ball 1. Swing and a miss from Bunnell right there, and it's 1-2. Breaking ball. He reaches for it, but a little off the end of the bat. Lazy fly ball to center field. On first base. And Pacey Phillips, your left fielder, digs in for Moose Jaw. Had a couple unsuccessful bunt attempts in his first time up tonight. Won't be doing that here with 2 away and a runner on first base. He takes strike 1. There's another called strike on Phillips. Quickly 0-2. Sevier misses with that outside, 1-2. Sevier tried to put a little extra on that one, and it went high and outside. 2-2 the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning. Moose Jaw leading 3-1. Late swing decision there by Phillips. He fouls it off. Inside for ball 3. Phillips works the count full. And then Phillips calls time. Resets his gloves, steps back in for the payoff pitch. And there goes Plummer. But it's in the dirt for ball 4, so Phillips works a walk after being down 0-2. And Michael Rago, Miller Express third baseman, will come in. But not until after a mound visit by Weyburn's manager. Head coach Cam Williams.
Number 11,
Michael Rego steps to the plate for Moose Jaw here with runners on first and second, 2 outs. Rego hoping he can find a base hit to extend Moose Jaw's lead, 3-1 right now. He's ahead of that breaking ball, 0-1. Sevier drops in a breaking ball for strike 2. Rego quickly behind in the count. Another breaking ball just misses. Sevier wanted that one. Sevier fires a fastball by him. They get the strikeout to end the inning. So the Miller Express strand a couple runners. And after 3 complete, it's 3-1 Moose Jaw. You're watching Flow Sports.
Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archived game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus the WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create
Well, here we are in Moose Jaw tonight for a double header at Roswell's Park, the historic ballpark, adjacent to downtown Moose Jaw, Canada's most notoriously charming downtown. We're about 14 degrees or so here as we head to the top of the fourth inning with the Moose Jaw Miller Express leading the Weyburn Beavers 3-1. Game number 2 of the doubleheader. The Miller Express took game 1 12-11. And it's Ryan Weaver to lead things off.
RBC Royal Bank Bingo has been won.
Braden Mancourt leading things off here. The Weyburn third baseman digs in. It's 1-1. Rowan Robinson still going on the mound for the Miller Express. He's allowed 1 run on 3 hits so far in his 3 innings of work. Misses with a breaking ball, and it's 3-1 on Mancourt. Mancourt thought it was ball 4. Umpire had other ideas. It's a full count. Mancourt sends that foul out of play. Count remains full. Mancourt lifts one into center field. Chris Franks tracks it down for the first out. Well, here we are mid-June, and you know, tourism season is really, it's year-round in Moose Jaw with a lot of things you can do, but certainly in the summer it ramps up even more, and some of the fun things in Moose Jaw include the trolley tours. If you've not been on a legendary trolley tour, something you should do when you come to Moose Jaw. Certainly when on a nice summer day, you can take just one of the regular daytime tours through downtown Moose Jaw and some other iconic spots. Robinson delivers. And there's a little flare off the bat of Nick Miller into left field. He fights it off and has himself a single with 1 away here in the top of the fourth. So yeah, you can have a daytime trolley tour, but in addition to that, there's a couple other fun things you can do if you consider things like ghost stories fun or true crime fun. There are ghost story trolleys, which is a 1 hour nighttime ride through haunted streets, and it's narrated with legendary ghost stories from Moose Jaw. So that's one option for you besides the daytime tour as Robinson delivers. And it's Gurney with a single into second base, and they almost get the force, but so Rob Gurney with a single. Back-to-back singles for Weyburn. They've got something cooking here in the top of the fourth with 1 away. And Owen Mancourt, the catcher, coming to the plate. Breaking ball misses inside, ball 1. And so yes, and back to the trolley tours, we have the daytime tours, there's the ghost tours, and there's also a true crime tour. There are some true crime stories from our city, and you can hear them all on the trolley tour. Again, it's a nighttime one, it's adults only, but if that's something you like, by all means, lots of great options for some entertainment here in Moose Jaw. Next time you happen to come or bring the family, Some good trolley options. Tourism office just off the highway in northeast Moose Jaw. 2-0 the count here on Owen Main Court. Robinson delivers. Main Court grounds it to Soto to second. They get one. Will they get the second? No! Wallachek's throw was a touch high. Bunnell had to take his foot off the base to grab it. Thought he got it back down in time. He did not. And so Main Court is safe at first. Gurney out at second. And Nick Miller advances to third. And so the Weyburn Beavers have runners at first and third with 2 outs. With the shortstop, Ryan Weaver, set to come to the discussion from Miller's head coach, Michael Gonzalez, with the umpires. So here we go. Rowan Robinson trying to extinguish this little rally from Weyburn. Couple runners on, 2 away here. Delivers, and it's a swing and a miss for strike 1. Foul tip, strike 2. Robinson set to deliver. The 0-2, and it's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Weyburn shortstop. And that was not close. It's 2-2. Swings and misses, ball in the dirt. But Plummer rebounds, throws down to get the out at first. And Robinson and the Miller Express get out of the inning without any damage. A little bit of threatening from Weyburn there, so we head to the bottom of the 4th with a score still 3-1. Moose Jaw Miller Express leading the Weyburn Beavers. Game 2 of a doubleheader on Flow Sports.
Hey baseball fans, make sure to stay up to date with your favorite teams across the league by subscribing to the WCBL YouTube channel right now. We have tons of free coverage for you over there, including daily highlights, full archive game broadcasts, daily game day previews, plus a WCBL report with myself and Joe McFarland every Wednesday. It's all in one spot, the WCBL YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
Ross Wells Park in Moose Jaw. That's where we are tonight. watching Western Canadian Baseball League action. Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson. Thanks so much for tuning in wherever you happen to be from. Entertaining game one, a really entertaining finish. You know, it was kind of a blowout all the way through game one until we got to the bottom of the seventh with Moose Jaw down 11-5, and then 7 runs to walk things off and take game one. And much tighter here in game number 2 so far. The Miller Express leading 3-1 heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. And it is the fellow who gave them that 3-1 lead, Caden Ransom, with a 3-run homer his first time up. Well, he's on base this time after he gets hit by a pitch and strolls down to first base.
Number 13, Ben Wallachek.
So he's on first, nobody out, and the second baseman, Ben Wallachek, will step in for Moose Jaw. I think we're approaching double digits in hit by pitches tonight between both teams. Will Sevier, the starter for Weyburn, still on the hill, and he delivers strike 1 to Wallachek. And he lays down a bunt that goes foul. 0-2 on Wallachek. Sevier throws back to check on Ransom at first base. He head first. Sevier delivers. It's a hard hit ground ball. A nice diving stop by Mancourt. He makes the throw. A one-hopper, but not in time. Good speed by Wallachek down the first base line to just beat out that throw on a real nice diving grab by Mancourt at third. But the speed of Wallachek has helped, and so now the Miller Express have something going here in the bottom of the 4th. Runners on first and second, nobody out, and the leadoff hitter, Thomas Soto, is up. And he lines a shot right into Mancourt's glove. So each runner was not too far off base, so they head back safely. And 1 out now with runners on first and second, and it is Chris Franks at the dish. One for 2 in game number 2. First inning single. And Sevier deals strike 1 to start. Breaking ball there that Franks is ahead of, and it's 0-2. Cranks one into right field. Hard hit ball to the right fielder. Runners are going to stay. Not quite deep enough to. Allow Ransom to score on that, but he hits to third. Wallachek heads to second, and Franks on first with another single. So bases are loaded for William Edwards. As we get another mound visit to Sevier, as they talk about how to deal with Edwards, and also buy a little time for the Weyburn bullpen that is now active, with Gunnar Ferguson now starting to get warm.
Number 27, William Edwards.
Miller Express looking for more here in the bottom of four. Bases loaded, one out. Edwards faces Sevier and takes ball one. Ball two from Sevier. That's inside for ball three. Sevier in danger of walking one in here with Edwards at the plate. That's high. Edwards walks on 4 straight pitches, and that will force a run in. Now 4-1 Moose Jaw. Wallachek hits to third. Franks to second, and Edwards to first on that walk, and that'll be it for Will Savier on the mound for Weyburn tonight. He goes 3 1/3, allows 4 runs on 4 hits. And it will be Gunnar Ferguson, the new arm for the Weyburn Beavers. Ferguson started at second base in game number 1.
Now the mound for Weyburn, number 4, Gunnar Ferguson.
So the Miller Express trying to threaten. Okay, well, so I wasn't sure. That's what I thought. Okay, good.
No, I just put it on. But
Okay. Appreciate it.
yeah. I'm always worried that I'm gonna like accidentally cut you off.
Oh, no, all good. You can always just say you can point to me. I'm going to commercial area. Yeah, just a real sharp jab or something. Yeah.
Number 18, Garen Plummer.
Well, here we go. Moose Jaw Miller Express have the bases loaded, one out in the bottom of the fourth inning, and they're facing a new pitcher, Gunnar Ferguson, who comes in for the starter Will Sevier here with some trouble for his team. Already down 4-1. One run in this inning so far, and he starts off Garen Plummer with ball one. Plummer catching here in game number 2 after playing first in tonight's game number 1 of the doubleheader. Pops one foul, heading just out of play. Or just out of the park, I should say. 1 ball, 1 strike on Plummer with 1 away and the bases loaded. Moose Jaw hoping to blow this one open here. That pitch misses outside, 2-1. Big swing and a miss. 2-2. Breaking ball, lifted into left field. Wallace-Check tagging. Here comes a big throw. Wallace-Check is in for the Miller Express 5th run on a sacrifice fly by Garen Plummer. So 5-1 Moose Jaw now, and the other runners also advance. Chris Franks is able to take 3rd, and William Edwards able to take 2nd. For the Moose Jaw Miller Express with a 5-1 lead. Take strike 1. Another breaking ball. This one cranked into center field. But it is caught near the warning track, and that will do it for the bottom of the 4th inning, but not before the Moose Jaw Miller Express get a couple more, and they lead Weyburn 5-1 heading to the 5th inning here on Flow Sports. Mark and Moose Jaw heading to the top of the 5th inning. And quote, Yogi Berra with the 7-inning games, it's getting late early. Only in the 5th inning, but 3 more at-bats for Weyburn, and they're down 4 runs. 5-1 Moose Jaw leads after another couple in the bottom of the 4th for the home squad. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson. Thanks for watching us on Flow Sports tonight. And Rowan Robinson, the Miller Express starter, went 4 innings, allowing only 1 run on 5 hits, and he is now out of the game. And number 28, Sean Beavis, big right-hander, steps in, 6'6". wiry at only 185 pounds from Canmore, Alberta. Sean Beavis on the hill now, and
Number 14, Dax Brown.
he'll face the number 9 hitter leading off the 5th. Brown steps in, hoping to get something going for his squad. Down 4 runs here in the top of the 5th. First pitch from Beavis, outside for ball 1. That's low for ball 2. There's Beavis' first strike of the night. 2-1 the count on Brown. And Brown takes one to right field, dumps it in there for a single to lead things off for Weyburn in the top of the 5th. That'll turn the lineup over to the top where center fielder Hugh Montgomery will come to the plate. Base hit his last time up. Want to know the count on Montgomery? Drops in a breaking ball for strike 1 to even the count. Good block in the dirt by Plummer. Counts at 2-1. Montgomery swings, and it's ticked foul. 2-2. And Beavis steps off to reset here. 2-2 the count on Montgomery. Nobody out, runner on first here in the top of the 5th. Called strike 3. Montgomery not happy. Little stamp of the dirt with his bat. Shows some frustration. 1 away. Joe Medill up now, the left fielder. And he waves at that for strike 1. And Davis finding the strike zone now, 0-2. Beavers with a breaking ball for strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for the big right-hander. So 2 outs now with a runner on first. And the right fielder, Austin Boylan, steps in for Weyburn. Breaking ball in for strike 1. Big cut, but nothing but air for Boylan on that. And it's 0-2. Which Boylan rips up the middle into center field for a base hit. Solidly struck. Runners on first and second with 2 out now.
Number 7, Braden Mancourt.
And the cleanup hitter, Brian Mancourt. We'll dig in, the third baseman for Weyburn. Dax Brown on second. Austin Boylan on first after that base hit. Beavers delivers ball 1. And it's lifted into center field. Braden Mancourt with a 3-run home run pulls Weyburn within 1. Here in the top of the 5th inning, it's 5-4.
Number 20, Nick Miller. He's a also beer batter. If he gets out, it's 2 beers for $10 at the Park Hotel Beer Garden.
So Beavers was cruising reasonably well in that inning, and base hit after a couple strikes out, a base hit, then a home run. Makes it a 1-run game. Nick Miller at the plate now. Beavers misses, and it's 1-1. Well, off speed from Beavers for strike 2. 1-2 the count. That's low, 2-2. Off speed, fouled out of. Look out. Foul ball just skirts by the Miller Express dugout and off the screen. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here in the top of the 5th. Weyburn's pushed 3 runs across to make it a 5-4 game. Moose Jaw still in front. Beavis misses with that. It's full count.
action play for Heartland Financial.
So Miller Express infield calling a bit of a conference here with also the coaching staff coming out to talk to Beavers to try and calm them down a little bit and help them get out of this inning without any further damage.
Number 10, Rob Gurney.
So Rob Gurney, the batter, designated hitter here in game number 2 of this doubleheader tonight. Runner on first is Nick Miller, and Weyburn still down 1 here in the top of the 5th with 2 away. That ball was inside. Gurney was turning away. It looked like it might have been a swing, but called ball 1. Gurney pops one to the second baseman, Wallachek, and Moose Jaw gets out of the inning, but not before. A 3-run home run from Braden Mayencourt pulls Weyburn to within 1. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Moose Jaw 5, Weyburn 4. You're watching Flow Sports. Well, it's a tight one here. Game 2 of the doubleheader at Roswells Park tonight between the Moose Jaw Miller Express and Weyburn Beavers. Weyburn was up 1 early, and then Moose Jaw went ahead 3-1, then 5-1 after the bottom of the 4th, but Weyburn comes right back and scores 3 in the top of the 5th to make it 5-4. And so we come to the bottom of the 5th. And Pacey Phillips, the left fielder, will lead things off for Moose Jaw here in bottom of 5. Gunnar Ferguson, who took over on the mound last inning for Weyburn, continues to be on the hill for the Beavers, and he delivers strike 1 to Phillips. Misses there for ball 1. Phillips, Rago, and Ransom due up here in the bottom of the 5th. As Phillips takes strike 1, or strike 2 rather. That's fouled out of play. Outside, 2-2. in game one. Phillips from Robert, Saskatchewan, west of Saskatoon by about a couple hours. And it's a full count. Ferguson misses, and Phillips draws a leadoff walk to start the bottom of the fifth.
Number 11, Michael Rego.
Third baseman Michael Rego steps to the plate now for Moose Jaw. Ferguson drops a breaking ball in for strike one. One on one the count. Moose Jaw winners of 3 straight coming into tonight's game, including a win over Saskatoon last night, defeating the first place Berries. Now they've won 4 in a row after taking game 1 tonight. Ferguson misses inside, 2-1. Miller Express 6-4, and Weyburn, or rather now 7-4 now, and Weyburn now 5-5 after game 1 tonight. Fouled back, 2-2. 1-run game was what we saw in game number 1 of the doubleheader, 12-11 for Moose Jaw. It's a 1-run game right now. Moose Jaw had 5-4 here in the bottom of the 5th. Leadoff man on for the Miller Express. Pacey Phillips and Michael Rego at the plate. 2-2. And Rego sprays that one foul. Ferguson throws back to first, checking on Phillips. Phillips is stealing. Ferguson took him a while to realize. By the time he turned around and threw to second, too late. Good speed by Phillips, and he's in scoring position now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here, bottom of 5. Michael Rego waves at that, and he strikes out for out number 1. So Caden Ransom, the designated hitter, had the big blast in tonight's second inning, a 3-run home run. He comes up looking to do some more damage and at the very least cash in the runner from second base. Called strike 1. That breaking ball from Ferguson misses. It's 1-1. Ferguson with a delayed pickoff move there to second base. Phillips in easily. Count remains 1-1 on Ransom. One away here in the bottom of the fifth. And that one is inside and escapes the catcher, and that'll move Phillips to third base. Two balls, one strike is the count on the DH Ransom. Breaking balls dropped in there for strike two. That misses. The count is full. Breaking ball inside. Ransom inside outs that to second base. Nice play by the second baseman to take the force at first and not allow Phillips, who's at third base, to advance home. So 2 outs now. Phillips on third. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, second baseman Ben Wallachek. And Ferguson starts Wallachek off with strike one. That misses the zone for ball one. Another called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wallachek looking to get Phillips in from third base and extend Moose Jaw's lead. Strike 3. Wallachek swung and missed. In the dirt. They throw it down to first, make it official. And Weyburn gets out of it. So we head to the top of the 6th inning with Moose Jaw still clinging to a 1-run lead. It's 5-4 here for Moose Jaw. You're watching Flow Sports. Top of the 6th inning from Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. It is the Moose Jaw Miller Express and the Weyburn Beavers late into game 2 of their doubleheader tonight. 2 7-inning games. Miller Express taking game 1 by scoring 7 in the bottom of the 7th to win that one 12-11. And here we are, top of 6. Miller Express up 5-4. And another new pitcher for the Miller Express is number 24, Jake Hicks. 6'3", 210, big righty from Louisville, Kentucky, and Spalding University. And he'll be facing Owen Mancourt, the Weyburn catcher, who leads off the top of the 6th. And Mancourt swings through a breaking ball for strike 1. Thanks for watching us on Flow Sports here tonight. Another strike. 0-2. Hicks quickly ahead of Mancourt. Called strike 3. Hicks with a K to start things off here in the top of the 6th. 1 away. Ryan Weaver, the shortstop, steps in now. As we continue to cool off a little bit here, Roswell. We started the night for game number 1 around 20, 21 degrees. Down to 12 right now. Wind from the west at 10 kilometers per hour, which is considerably less than we started at earlier tonight, around 25 to 30, gusts around 40 at times. As Hicks starts Weaver with strike 1, or strike 1, rather. And the umpire telling Weyburn bench to cool it. And Hicks throwing lots of strikes to start things off here tonight. He's quickly ahead of Weaver, 0-2. And Hicks has one get away from him, and he plunks Weaver, who will take first base. Hicks not happy with himself, especially after getting up to an 0-2 count. So 1 on for Weyburn now as Dax Brown, the second baseman, steps to the plate. Brown first pitch swinging and hits one foul. Thrower to first. Weaver slides in safely. Good pickup from Braden Bunnell on that ball in the dirt from Hicks. And that's a little high. 1 ball, 1 strike now. And the runner's going. And on the breaking ball, there will be no throw to second base, so Weaver in safely in second in scoring position now. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the batter, Brown. Pickoff play on at second. Weaver slides in safely. Now Hicks calls Plummer to the mound for a conference. Doesn't look that they're quite on the same page. And the collection of young kids in the park all scurry out of the park to go find that foul ball to make their money if they can be the one to bring it back. 1-2 the count. Hicks delivers to Brown. Breaking ball gets the strikeout. Swing and a miss. And a big one for the Miller Express right there. So 2 outs in the top of the order now again for Weyburn. Hugh Montgomery, the center fielder, comes to the plate with 2 out, a runner on second base, and Weyburn down 1 run. 5-4 Moose Jaw right now in the top of the 6th. Weaver takes off for third, and he is in safe with another stolen base. And that was ball 1 to Montgomery. Breaking ball misses outside. 2-0 the count. That misses low. 3-0. Good off speed from Hicks right there as Montgomery waves through it. 3-1. Another breaking ball, this time in the dirt. Yes, now it's 3 and. Nope. We were saying the count was 3-2, but that misses, and it's ball 4. So Montgomery draws a walk. Still 2 outs. Joe Medill now, the left fielder, is in for Weyburn, trying to tie this game up for them. And Jake Hicks, Moose Jaw pitcher, trying to shut things down right now. Keep the lead. He delivers strike 1. That misses for ball 1. 1-1, the count on Medill. The runner takes off for second. The throw is faked by Plummer. So Montgomery safe at second. Ryan Weaver, the runner, still at third base. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. Weyburn threatening to tie things up or take the lead here on a base hit. And Medill misses a high fastball. It's 2-2. Knife to third base. Rago picks it up. Throw to first. Not in time. Slight bobble by Rago on a tough one that handcuffed him. And good speed down the line by Medill. He is safe. And Weaver scores the tying run. 5-5 now here in the top of the 6th. Still 2 out. Runners on first and third, and the batter is the right fielder, Austin Boylan. Big swing from Boylan. He fouls that back. Pickoff throw to first. Medill gets back in safely. Off-speed pitch misses. It's 1-1. Another ball, 2-1 is the count on Austin Boylan. Jake Hicks on the mound for Moose Jaw. And that is hit hard and deep to left field and gone. Austin Boylan. With a 3-run homer. And Weyburn is up 8-5.
Number 7, Braden Mayencourt.
So after all that, the bases are clear, still 2 out. And Braden Mayencourt, who homered his last time up. A 3-run shot. When Weyburn was down 5-1, his blast got them to 5-4. And he is at the plate right now. Two balls, no strikes on Mayencourt. Hicks misses again, ball 3. And Mayencourt walks 4 straight balls.
Number 20, Nick Miller. He's our Molson beer batter.
And that'll draw a mound visit.
$10 for Park Hotel Beer Gardens. Stoppage of for Jim Ford.
Well, both teams showed an ability to score lots of runs and mount comebacks so far tonight. Moose Jaw down 6. And score 7 in the bottom of the 7th to win game 1. And Weyburn down 4, and they've scored 7 over the last 2 innings to take a 3-run lead. As Hicks delivers to Nick Miller, and it's ball 1. Braden Maincourt, the runner at first. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Hicks finds the strike zone there. It's 1-1. Miller hits that hard, but foul down the right field line. 1-2. That misses inside. 2-2 the count. Strike 3 called. Jake Hicks gets out of the inning, but not before Weyburn plants a 4 spot on him. And the Moose Jaw Miller Express to take an 8-5 lead. Bottom of the 6th when we return to Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. You're watching Flow Sports.
The live sports experience is changing. Teams and facilities are under pressure to provide online and in-venue entertainment. IKS Live has the right team to deliver. We provide service across North America and produce the best fan experience, in the seats or streaming to you. IKS Live continues to bring you the best seat in the house.
For over a century, we've been more than just lawyers. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your strongest advocates. With locations across the prairies, we're everywhere you are. Stringham, your local lawyers.
For more than 25 years, we've been there, helping Canadians find the extra space they need to grow and to create new memories. Access Storage. Buy Canadian, store Canadian.
Well, it's been back and forth all night long here in Moose Jaw. I'm Craig Hemingway in for Rod Peterson on Flow Sports. Doubleheader action, Western Canadian Baseball League from Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Game 2, another barn burner. Moose Jaw Miller Express down to their last 2 at-bats here, bottom of the 6th inning. Weyburn scored 7 runs over the last couple and now have an 8-5 lead. Moose Jaw was up 5-1 at one point, but now 8-5 Weyburn. And top of the order for Moose Jaw, it's Thomas Soto leading things off, trying to get Moose Jaw back in this. Gunnar Ferguson still on the mound for Weyburn. As Soto watches ball 1. And now ball 2. Soto sends that foul out of play. Ferguson, breaking ball, misses. 3-1 on Soto. And Soto draws a walk, the leadoff man leads things off by getting on base.
Number 4,
Chris Franks, the center fielder, steps in now. High and inside. Franks takes ball one. Frank skies one that shortstop Weaver settles under. And the Miller Express now have one out with the runner on first. And that'll bring William Edwards to the plate. And runner takes off. Throw is not anywhere near him, but good cover by Weaver behind the base as Soto steals second. On what was ball one to William Edwards. Outside for ball two. That misses. And Edwards works the count in his favor, 3-0. Ferguson fights back with a strike, 3-1. And the counter's now full. Edwards watches a strike. Ground ball to the shortstop, Weaver. Picks it up. Makes a strong throw over to first. And gets Edwards. Soto advances to third, 2 away.
Number 18, Garen Plummer.
So Garen Plummer, with 2 out, comes to bat. Miller Express catcher. Soto on third, 2 away. First pitch swinging, and it's going to drift foul into the stands. Oh! Everybody goes, ooh, that looked like they might have caught a girl in the stands, but she seems to be no worse for wear. Just a glancing blow, apparently, thankfully. 0-1 the count. Garen Plummer swings away again and sends that one foul. Quickly behind, 0-2. Plummer reaches for that one and sends it foul. Plummer keeps protecting, staying alive. He chops one up the middle to second base. And he beats it out. Dax Brown, the second baseman, charged, made the throw. Plummer with some good hustle down the line. Barely beats it out. Soto crosses the plate. 8-6. Miller Express pulled within 2 here in the bottom of the 6th.
Number 32, Braden Bunnell.
So the first baseman, Braden Bunnell, will step to the dish now. Looking to keep the inning alive for Moose Jaw. With Plummer on first. Fouled behind the catcher and the umpire into the screen. 1-1 on Bunnell. Ferguson drops a breaking ball in for strike 2. 1-2 the count. 2 away here, bottom of the 6th. Miller Express are down by 2 runs after pushing 1 across this inning so far. That one misses low, 2-2. Misses again, full count. Plummer will be on the move on the next pitch. Full count, 2 outs. And it's fouled out of play. We'll do it all over again. Breaking ball in, called strike 3. Bunnell goes down on strikes. Miller Express get 1 back, but we head to the final inning, top of the 7th. When we come back with Weyburn leading Moose Jaw 8-6, you're watching Flow Sports. Another new pitcher in for the Moose Jaw Miller Express, Jacob Quiles. He has one job, hold Weyburn to no more runs. Top of the 7th in a 7-inning game, game 2 of the doubleheader. Weyburn leads Moose Jaw 8-6. Moose Jaw with one last at bat. Killay's got the win last night. He's pitching on back-to-back nights as Moose Jaw beat Saskatoon. Killay's got the win in support of starter Weston Walls. He struck out 4 and 1-1 in an inning and a third, so all 4 outs he got by strikeout last night. And he'll need to shut down Weyburn again to give Moose Jaw a chance to take it over in the bottom of the 7th. And the designated hitter, Rob Gurney, will be the first batter to face Keeley. And it's strike 1 to start. Followed by strike 2. They appeal down to first. They say he didn't go. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Gurney. Gurney swings away and fouls that away. Count remains 1-2. Breaking ball. Gurney waves and whiffs for the first out of the top of the 7th. The catcher, Owen Mancourt, will step in next. One and one. After that called strike. Keeley misses outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. And that's in for strike 2. Full count on Mancourt. Here comes the payoff pitch from Jacob Keeley. And he misses. Mancourt draws the walk and will head to first. 1 out. Top of the 7th, Weyburn at bat. The shortstop, Ryan Weaver, is up next. That's it hard to center field. Frankson's going back at the wall. He makes the catch. 2 away. A dangerous shot from Ryan Weaver, but did not have enough to do any damage. So 2 outs. And Dax Brown, the second baseman, comes to the dish, the number 9 hitter. Just misses. 1 ball. Good breaking ball from Keeley there. Even the count at 1-1. Another good breaking ball. Brown waves at it. Nothing but air. 1-2. Keeley checks the runner back to first. Main court slides in safely. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here in the top of the 7th. Weyburn leads Moose Jaw 8-6. Their number 9 hitter, Dax Brown, at the plate. The pitch. Breaking ball in for a called strike 3, and that will end the top of the 7th. So Keeley does his job. Now can the Miller Express do what they need to do? We'll find out when we come back. You're watching Western Canadian Baseball League action from Moose Jaw live on Flow Sports. Well, in game 1 of this doubleheader, the Moose Jaw Miller Express scored 7 runs in their last at bat. Can they score at least 2 to extend the game? We're about to find out. Craig Hemingway for Rod Peterson on Flow Sports here from Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. It's been an entertaining doubleheader. Lots of runs, wild momentum swings from each team. Moose Jaw was up 5-1 at one point here in game number 2, but Weyburn has scored. They scored 7 to go up 8-5. Miller Express scored 1 in the bottom of the 6th to get within 2. And so here they go. Gunnar Ferguson still on the mound. He's pitched well for Weyburn, coming in after Moose Jaw built their lead. And he starts off Pacey Phillips with a strike as Phillips fouls that back. Phillips, followed by the third baseman Michael Rego and Caden Ransom, the DH, due up here for Moose Jaw. The count is 1-1 on Phillips. And Ferguson drops that in for strike 2. Hard hit ball up the middle, and it's a leadoff single for Pacey Phillips. That is the start Moose Jaw needed. If they're going to score 2 or more, they need base runners, and there is the first one. Michael Rego up right now, Miller Express third baseman. Ferguson misses, and it's ball one. Ferguson throws over to first. Phillips gets back in. That's inside and gets to the backstop, past the catcher, and Phillips will take second. Man court unable to hold on to that. So 2 balls, no strikes on Rego. And Rego works the count to 3-0. There's no activity in the Weyburn bullpen, so Ferguson's their guy, it would appear. Breaking ball misses inside, and 4 straight balls. He puts the potential tying run on base. So Caden Ransom has a 3-run home run in his back pocket already tonight. Something that during this conference, Weyburn's coaching staff may be reminding their team that they're about to face a guy who's already gone deep once tonight and would win the game if he were to do it again. For Ransom, he just wants to find a hole somewhere, keep the inning going.
Number 2, Caden Ransom.
So Pacey Phillips is at second after a single. Michael Rego at first following a walk. And Caden Ransom, the designated hitter, is about to step in to face Gunnar Ferguson. That was a big swing from Ransom. Hoping to end it right there. Swung through it, and it's 0-1. That's a good breaking ball from Ferguson. 0-2 after Ransom swings and misses again. Good block by Mancourt on that one that was in the dirt. 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes on Caden Ransom. Runners on first and second, nobody out here, bottom of 7. And he gets hit. And that's about as excited as you're going to see from somebody for getting hit on a cool night. But it loads the bases with nobody out.
Number 13,
Ransom represents what would be the winning run, and he's on first base. Pacey Phillips goes to third. Michael Rego goes. Number 9 hitter, second baseman, he's up. And he lifts one into center field that will be caught. But Phillips tags and he will score easily. And so the Miller Express have pulled within 1 after a sacrifice fly from Ben Wallachek. So that will bring Thomas Soto to the plate, the Moose Jaw Miller Express leadoff hitter, with runners on first and second and 1 out. And we're going to see a pinch runner come in for Caden Ransom. That'll be Jacob Mraz, as he represents, again, the potential winning run on first base. Potential tying run is at second base right now. Ferguson starts Soto off with strike 1. And then misses outside. It's 1-1. Ferguson drops a breaker in for strike 2. Little number from Soto. Will he beat it out? He will. Soto is safe. That was a tough play for the shortstop Weaver, and his throw pulled the first baseman off the bag. But a heck of a stop by Nick Miller at first base. That ball gets by him. The tying run would have scored for sure. Well, Franks walked it off in game 1. And here he is now. Weyburn well aware of what he did in game 1 and what he can do. 1 ball, no strikes. And Ferguson misses again. Want to be careful with Franks at the same time. You also don't want to walk in the tying run. Miller Express bench can sense it. This is their guy. And Ferguson gets the called strike. You may be surprised to hear, but the Miller Express bench did not agree. 2 balls, 1 strike on Franks. Bases loaded, 1 out. Miller Express down 1. And Franks flares one that is caught in foul territory by the third baseman, Mayencourt. And Franks has just been tossed. No doubt. He had some words for the umpire, no doubt based on that strike call that the Miller Express bench didn't agree with, but and now there'll be a discussion at home plate between Marco Gonzalez of the Miller Express. So Franks goes out.
Number 27, William Edwards.
So it'll be left to William Edwards to play the hero. Miller Express right fielder. He steps in, 2 outs. Bases loaded. Base hit will score at least 1, perhaps 2, and that's all the Moose Jaw Miller Express need to win. But he takes strike 1. That ball got away a little bit from Mancourt, but he did a great, terrific job of fighting to get it back. And Rego on third was smart not to try and be too aggressive. Rego on third, pinch runner Jacob Mraz on second, Thomas Soto on first. Here's the pitch. Another one in the dirt, another block by Mancourt. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ferguson does not want to go to 3-1, we're sure. But he does, just misses inside. 3 balls, 1 strike. He's a ball away from walking in the tying run. It's a loud Miller Express bench right now. Quite the opposite on the other side. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, strike 2. High drama here at Rosswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Bases loaded, full count, 2 out. Miller Express down 1. Payoff pitch to come. And he misses. The tying run has been walked in. And the bases are still loaded. Miller Express with a chance to win. Garen Plummer,
Number 18, Garen Plummer.
the catcher, looking to be the hero. 8-8, bottom 7. And he pops one behind. Mancourt could not locate it. Getting a little bit close to the backstop, about halfway there, and he overran it a touch. So Plummer gets another life. 0-1. Fouls another one back. He's down 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Just missed. One ball, 2 strikes on Garen Plummer. Gunnar Ferguson on the hill for Weyburn. Winning run at third base. And Plummer swings away and fouls another one out of play. That's high for ball 2. Breaking ball swings and misses, and we're going to extras. Miller Express scored 2 in their half of the 7th to tie things up, and we're going to go to an 8th inning when we come back on Flow Sports. Well, on a night where you got 2 baseball games, what's a little more baseball? Craig Hemingway for Rod Peterson here on Flow Sports, Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Doubleheader night in Moose Jaw, Miller Express and the Weyburn Beavers. And after a back-and-forth game 1 that saw Moose Jaw score 7 in their last at-bat to take the win 12-11, we saw a back-and-forth game 2 that saw Moose Jaw score 2 in their last at-bat to tie things at 8. And so we get extra innings. Jacob Kille returns for a second inning of work on the hill for the Moose Jaw Miller Express, trying to keep Weyburn at bay and give the hometown fellas a chance at the win. And as the extra inning rules apply, the person who made the last out of the previous inning will start at second base. So Dax Brown is on second, the second baseman for Weyburn. Leading off second, and it's Hugh Montgomery, the leadoff batter, who swings through the first pitch from Jacob Kille, and it's strike 1. Chopped foul, 0-2. And hits that one off the end of the bat, foul. Stay alive. Keeley looks in. Here's the pitch. And that one's fouled directly behind. Oh, 0-2 still the count on Hugh Montgomery, the center fielder. Strike 3 called. And Montgomery not happy with that. He's got more words for the umpire, but not facing him as he walks back to the Beavers dugout. So 1 out. Dax Brown, the runner on second here in extra innings, and it is the left fielder. who drops the bunt. Joe Medill. Keeley able to get to it, but not able to make a play. And so now Weyburn is threatening here with runners on first and third with just the one out. Keeley needs to call time and fix his shoe. A great bunt by Medill. So Austin Boylan, the hard-hitting right fielder for Weyburn, comes up. And he cranks one immediately to right field. Edwards with the throw to home. Safe. Dax Brown didn't slide, but barely beat the tag. They appealed to third. They say he did not leave early. So despite a strong throw from Edwards, they just missed tagging the runner at home, and Weyburn takes the lead 9-8. 2 outs now. Here in the top of the 8th, Braden Mancourt, and the runner goes as Mancourt lifts one into left field. Pacey Phillips makes the catch for the third out, but not before Weyburn scores one. And so we'll go to the bottom of the 8th, and the Miller Express will have their chance to return the favor. You're watching Flow Sports. Well, bottom of the 8th is extra innings when you're playing a doubleheader, 7-inning games, and we've gotten some extra baseball tonight here in game number 2, and Weyburn, they pushed one across in the top of the 8th, and so Moose Jaw needs to answer back, and again, the extra inning rules where the last out starts on second base. In Moose Jaw's case, Garen Plummer is out on second. Braden Bunnell will be the leadoff hitter for the Miller Express, and on the hill for Weyburn, a fellow who made an appearance in game 1 of the doubleheader, Bill Hosegood. As we have dipped to 9 degrees here in Moose Jaw, approaching midnight.
Leading off for the Miller Express, number 32, Braden Bunnell.
So here we go, Braden Bunnell for the Miller Express. The first crack to cash in the runner on second base and at the very least tie this game up. Bunnell followed by Pacey Phillips and Michael Rago, all due up here in the bottom of the 8th. That breaking ball is low for ball 1. Hit hard but foul by Bunnell. 1-1. That one's hit fair into right field. It's going to drop in, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. There goes Bunnell. He's going to get to third. The tying run's in. Bunnell's going to be at third base, sliding in safely. And so with nobody out, the Miller Express have the winning run at third base here in extra innings.
Number 9, Pacey Phillips.
9-9, Pacey Phillips to the plate. Braden Bunnell at third. Infield in for Weyburn right now. Hosegood drops in a breaking ball for strike one. In the dirt, 1-1 the count. Phillips looking to make just some kind of contact that'll get the runner home. Swings away and fouls out of the play. 1-2. Michael Rago in the on-deck circle. Hosegood misses out. Little number to the shortstop, who makes a great play. Weaver. But not able to make the play at first. Collision at first base. Nick Miller got tangled up with Phillips. The throw from Weaver pulled him off the base, and as Phillips is going by, he got tangled up a little bit, so Miller's a little shaken up. He's walking it off. But a heck of a play by Weaver to stab that and keep Bunnell at third base. But still nobody out. And so now runners on the corners. With the infield in. And Michael Rago at the plate. Hosegood drops one in for strike one. Jacob Mraz on deck. He pinch ran for Caden Ransom earlier in the game, and so now he'll be taking a spot in the lineup as designated hitter, if it gets that far. Two good breaking balls from Hosegood, and Rago's behind 0-2. Looking to find something he likes and can put the bat on. Oh, and he waves at that one for strike three. One away. One out. Jacob Mraz now. Seeing what he can do. With Ben Wallachek on deck. Goal is to find a hole somewhere. Hosegood starts him with strike one. Pacey Phillips at first base. There's a ground ball to second base. they take the force at first. Bunnell unable to score. So, Miller Express can still push across the winning run, just not quite as easily maybe as when there was only none or one away. The number 9 hitter, Ben Wallachek, will try and get it done. Nine, bottom of 8. These are extra innings here, game 2 of this doubleheader from Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. Not sure what that discussion was about between Weyburn coaching and the infield umpire. Ben Wallachek at the dish. Bill Hosegood on the mound for Weyburn. And Hosegood's made some great pitches after giving up that triple to Braden Bunnell to lead things off. Here's the 0-1. Pops up a bunt that lands foul. And Wallachek is behind 0-2. Trying to catch him by surprise. There's a hit into right field. That's the game winner from Ben Wallachek. Over the outstretched arm of Dax Brown and the Moose Jaw Miller Express. 2 walk-off, come from behind wins to take both games of this doubleheader. What a night at Roswell's Park in Moose Jaw. On a night that cooled off to below 10 degrees, that'll warm up the home fans a little bit.